Welcome back to Weekly Review with one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Jen. Church Venture be happy to be here on this Thursday evening. We have changed the date yet again. I apologize to everyone who has been put out by this. We're trying to figure out what night works best for everybody, kind of get that balance between the normal, most dedicated elements of our audience to what works best for everybody. Just little hectic schedules going on. Welcome, everyone, and I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks again for being here with us this evening. Looks like you're still muted, Doovid.
Okay, yes, sorry about that. Great. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully retain some of the audience through the time changes. It could be next week also Thursday, although Passover is going to be the Thursday off also. So you'll have to see moving forward. So I guess next week if we aim for Thursday, and the week after it might have to be the Monday or something. But so people have to stay tuned for that. A lot of research. So let me, if you give me a full screen, let me clear some of these stuff right away because they're taking up my desk space. So here's
Are
some.
you screen sharing right now? Because I can't actually see it. I can just see. Here, I'll unpin you, and if you want to just screen share, like we've got double Doovid vision. There we go.
Okay, yeah. So I did a few streams on my channel. I'll talk about that in a minute. I just want to get these big files off my desk. So these are some important literature in the philosophy of science. Ludwig Fleck is considered one of the main precursors to Thomas Kuhn, and this edition, Genesis and the Development of Scientific Fact. And Fleck has a few things that are important in the history of the philosophy of science, and Thomas Kuhn writes the addition to the English translation of the
You
German.
realize you've got a Facebook extension on that link, eh? It's no big deal. Like if you want a boomer post, it's all good. I don't judge, but like it might be hard to share. That one looks like it worked, but sometimes they're too long and I can't share them. So maybe truncating the FB CLID gigantic thing would help.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just because I opened.
I just remember sometimes your links don't share, and now I'm looking at this one that did share, and it's like, oh, it's got a Facebook extension on it.
Yeah, because I save these by messaging it to Jennifer on Facebook, so that's why if it has these Facebook extensions. So that's an important historical book. Kuhn said he struggled in German to read it, and then when it came out, um, I did on my stream. I talked about this concept of scientific revolutions. The famous Thomas Kuhn book. Did you ever read Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions?
I really haven't read much of this stuff. I stupidly thought I could get by just understanding the logic of the models themselves. Ha! What a noob I was.
Yeah, so here's a doctoral thesis. This is out of, I don't know where this university is, but it was an interesting doctoral thesis on the notion of what is a scientific revolution, the process of how things work, and the analysis of some of the theories. So I covered on my channel, went through the Wikipedia, like scientific revolution and the origins of the terminology. So that was interesting. Here also is an important historical book, The Unity of Science, which is an important in the early metaphysics of the philosophy of science. And another I might save this to see what we have to do. Maybe I'll read through some of these. So here's a bunch of just random stuff. So I just started watching this one the other day. I got through the first 5 lectures this I guess retired math professor was doing a course in the history of vector analysis based off of a famous book that Kathy Loves Physics had recommended. And I did a search, and I
Nice.
found this man who did a video. So it was kind of interesting. I just threw just on the video on the Hamilton in the triplets, and then Quantorinos. So I've mentioned the unification under the um, conservation of energy that I call like the second major revolution after Newton. In Helmholtz, I guess, is considered a neo-Kantian. Possibly, if it's a neo-Kantian revolution, it's unclear. Still need more research on it, but of Maxwell's equations and the
You know about
mathematical.
Hilbert? Whether he's considered a neo-Kantian as well?
No, he's not. I mean, and that he. I'm actually. He's. I guess.
He's
I'm not
quite
sure.
influential, especially where logic and math kind of could be said to overlap.
Yeah, he might be connected with calls the Vienna School, and hopefully I'm going to talk about the Vienna School a little bit. But so after the Neo-Kantians, probably the next major school is the Vienna School, and then from there logical positivism. But the main thrust of the Vienna School was the elimination of metaphysics in totality, and um, Gödel is considered part of the Vienna School, or at least an adjunct to the Vienna School. Hilbert, I'm not sure if he's influenced by the. He's not part of the Vienna School, but he might be influenced. He's not necessarily part of a school, um, but if he was, it'd probably be most likely the Vienna School, and maybe the precursors of logical positivism, which I might wait till next week to talk about. But one of the important mathematical developments are um, vector analysis, quantorinos, and eventually like the Laplace operator, and eventually the mathematical formulation for Maxwell's equations that become standardized for all differential equations of conservation principles in the method generally. I mean, there's the Hamiltonians, the Granges, there's other methods. And so it's hard to precisely say like it was this because it's a lot of things. But vector analysis is extremely important, and Quantorinos and the Laplacian operators that allowed Maxwell's equations.
Are you sure that's how it's pronounced? Looks like it says quaternions.
Yeah, that might be it. So I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Oh,
We've
Anders, thanks for pointing out that the volume was low. I'm sorry about that. I had it down because it was clipping and I never put it back up. Thanks for letting me know. It's back to normal now. Please let me know if it's still low, but I don't think so. Seems okay on my OBS.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
we've
so
talked
I think
about.
it's quaternions. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that looks like how it's spelled.
Yeah, um, quaternions. Yeah, I don't even know if I ever heard it pronounced. So just in reading and for whatever reason, and it goes back to Hamilton. So not Laplace and the Hamilton is actually Irish and is important for quite a few different things. And I think it's a different
Well, he's
Hamilton.
very well known for the Hamiltonian if it's the same person.
Yeah, so Hamiltonian mechanics is a certain form of mathematics that a reformulation of Lagrangian mathematics, and eventually becomes the basis for Maxwell's formulation and what I'm calling the second main major revolution, which is the conservation of energy. So people could check out that series if they want to learn more. Kathy Loves Physics did another video, almost an hour-long video. So Doovid's a big fan of Kathy. So you check out her video also. Um, this week at the Royal Institute, the story of proof, mathematics, kind of general. And yeah, I'm looking at these histories, like a lot of these societies, including the Vienna School, like the Royal Society, started out with the weekly lecture that are you familiar with Schlicht?
No, I'm sorry, but it sounds familiar. It's SCH, right?
Moritz Schlicht. So he's the founder of the Vienna School, and we might go into it maybe a little bit. I've been working, preparing for my next, and I'm going to cover the Vienna School. But he was head of a department in the university in Berlin, and therefore it's called the Vienna Circle. And it started just as a weekly meeting, and of people, and they're quite controversial because of the elimination of metaphysics. And I guess you're not have going to heard of maybe Anders or someone like a real
Honestly,
history
I've
buffy
not studied
would have heard of
much.
Johann Nelbach. God forbid, Johann Nelbach, who assassinated Moritz Schlicht, um, because he claimed that Schlicht's anti-metaphysical philosophy had interfered with his moral restraint. In another version of events, the murder covered up all the political causes and claimed that he was motivated by jealousy over his failed attachment to a female student, leading to paranoid delusion about Schlicht as a rival and precursor. Um, Nelbach was tried and sentenced, but the event became distorted, cause célèbre, around which crystallized the growing national anti-Jewish sentiment of the city. The fact that Schlicht was not Jewish did not seem to matter to propagandists capitalizing on the crime, who associated Schlicht with Jewish members of the intelligentsia. Um, so 1936, like was the Nazis have already risen to power, but things were still mildly in German. You had a lot of Jews who were involved in the Vienna School. Um, and Schlicht is assassinated because he wanted to do away with metaphysics. God
Well,
forbid.
because someone said it was leading to morality being undermined. It sounds like the issue with metaphysics was because of the effects on morality, not in itself. Although I'll admit, it's the first time I've ever heard of this.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that science, the Vienna School basically completes the process of the complete divorcing of um, of metaphysics from science. There'd been a slow process from Newton uh, to the complete divorcement, and then the Vienna School starts uh, crystallizes the complete divorcing, saying that metaphysics doesn't even need to be proven incorrect, and they had a philosophical justification of some sort of necessity that they basically just completely eliminated metaphysics and say, well, it's not subject to falsification, therefore it doesn't even need to be dealt with, and science could proceed without worrying about metaphysics. And
So the proto Jumpians, so to speak.
possibly, I mean, I'm not sure if T
I
jump.
think, well, it's kind of hard to situate T Jump, but you think those Vienna people would consider themselves moral realists?
Um, well, there's a variety of opinions in that school, but you
Yeah,
were related
cool.
to say that it started with just a weekly gathering, and at the weekly gathering, for every hour, someone gave a speech, and the first few years, and then the beginning, Schlicht was the one who gave the speech, and Popper is not considered a member of the Vienna School, but he was a participant who went to the Vienna School gatherings, and Gödel went to the Vienna School gatherings. Rudolf Carnap is one of the big names, and there's overlap with Russell and in various names, and it leads into being replaced with logical positivism, which is still probably the main school of philosophy of science today. Um, but like most things, like the Royal Society, started with simply a weekly gathering where a person gave a lecture for an hour. So Week in Review goes longer than an hour. I mean, they have discussions afterwards, but I guess kind of like Week in Review. So like, okay, we get together once a week,
And we
and
never go longer than 8.5 hours.
and
Just
Lee
kidding.
Doovid gives like a lecture for an hour. So like minimally, like there's something like you got to get together, push forward ideas. If there's no one else here, Doovid will ramble on for at least an hour. And so a lot of these societies started like that with just a handful of people, and the commitment to a weekly meeting and at least someone to prepare something to give a lecture on. So Veritasium, I think I mentioned the most popular physics related channel on YouTube, did a lecture this week on quantum computers. I have a whole bunch of links on ChatGPT. ChatGPT 4 is out. So the Brookings Institute, you're probably the biggest right-leaning think tank in America, maybe the biggest think tank period in America, um, had something about ChatGPT and the future of work, and it even had like a PowerPoint presentation at the beginning. It actually wasn't that good, but it's for the Brookings Institute. They're not engineers or science-minded people, but even they're covering it.
I saw world model in there. Quite a far cry from, yeah. Ouch.
So here, I guess this happened this week, and David Chalmers was a guest speaker. They had Stephen Wolfram, who memes of destruction. So I got an interview on his channel, Stephen Wolfram. So Mindfest 2023. Let's see if they posted the videos this week. I'm not sure if they're going to post the videos, but Stephen Wolfram, David Chalmers participated in the Mindfest conference, which is a pretty big conference on exploring the ultimate question about the future of mind. I'm not sure if it's periphery to the science of consciousness, some of the same names, but including Stephen Wolfram.
Is it possible to zoom in a bit more? I
can't shared
read
the link. I shared the link, right. So it's the Florida University thing. Here's the New York Times article about ChatGPT 4, and so ChatGPT 4, they just released it. However, they have much less information. ChatGPT 4 does like picture analysis, and so I'll just save this. So here's a whole bunch of here's the actual ChatGPT 4 from the OpenAI source, their official paper that they released. In it's like 100 pages even, although the actual report's like 20 pages and it's indexed. And they had ChatGPT take like test the bar exam, the SAT, the GRE, AP tests, and you could see the comparison of how they did compared to the last one, and significantly better. Here, doing picture analysis, they could have a humor program to say why things are funny, and there's a extremely long appendix. Although there's less information, like the last few ones, I was able to show quite a few slides about part of the working mechanism. So they didn't release any of the internal information about how ChatGPT works, probably because your proprietary profit reasons. Although there's a tiny bit about the algorithm. This was a picture that was all in a lot of the things. The what's unusual about this image, where the guy's ironing his shirt on the back of a taxi cab, and so that was like a test that they gave for the example of ChatGPT, and cooking recommendations and all sorts of various things. So if anyone's studious, you read the whole 100-page official report. Here was an interesting page called Edwin Meyer, ChatGPT, a whole bunch of stuff just analyzing mostly the paper or the information or testing it. Yannick Kilcher has a whole bunch of videos out on his channel, you check them out. Won't bother sharing all of them, but you could see, Yannick Schilter took a few months off, and now he's back, and he had like a few videos recently, covering Chat GPT 4. So props to Memes of Destruction. If he's around, definitely pop around. He landed the Stephen Wolfram interview. So on his channel, like looking up, Stephen Wolfram was on Memes of Destruction for a personal interview, and I guess Memes now has over 1,000 subs. So props to Memes, and he even gave me a super chat on my last stream. But definitely Stephen Wolfram. It's a big name. It looks like he just finished a stream with his streaming friend Fizz. So I'm not sure. Did you watch that? Did you see that he had Stephen Wolfram?
I did. Congratulations, Memes.
John Wolf has like, I stopped doing MobTube because it wasn't going anywhere, but it looks like he's been doing a little streaming. He found this woman, allegedly Amsi, who does like true crime, and she even has like a channel that does true crime with over 10,000 subs, and her channel's got like 2,000 subs, and they're talking about some random woman, Jen Bailey, who was on some like cable TV reality dating show, and then has a bunch of drama. And this woman is like basically following the drama of this one woman, who I guess like is like getting arrested, and like relation, like, I mean, probably, like, I don't even know the reality TV show, but she had like a little bit of fame from a cable reality TV show, and then she has a little thing of people following her. She's got her own YouTube and social media after uh, the reality TV show was finished. God forbid, somewhat like Andrew Tate, who first had large media attention from being on a British reality TV show and was able to pivot that into sustained e-celebrity. Uh, but so he's been streaming with this woman. So I popped on in a little discussion. I guess it's also somewhat like mob related. This woman, um, that was
The mob to reality TV pipeline. Not often phenomenon that gets a lot of like shed on it. Very important. Thank you for bringing us that tidbit of news.
it's bigger than science. I mean, the mob genre, but I mean, this woman who was on the reality TV show is loosely affiliated with some of like the minor, major mafia families in America. And then the woman who's following her does true crime, and like John Wolf follows, MobTube. So, I popped on a little bit, and we talked a little bit just about streaming dynamics. Um, so Bernie Sanders at the Oxford Union last week. We were talking about um, why is his name, the Muslim guy from the Oxford Union, who's now on MSNBC, who wrote
The
the
one
book,
you said was the best debater of our time.
one of the top debaters of our time, Mehdi Hassan. And it said Mehdi Hassan was the House debater for the Oxford Union for years. That he was constantly on the Oxford Union, and then he got picked up by Al Jazeera, and eventually picked up by MSNBC, and he wrote that book that I showed last week, when every debate. So this week I was just checking back the Oxford Union, and they had Bernie Sanders there as the guest speaker, and you could see just in the side name, like the former Iranian crown prince, and you could see the suggested video of Richard Dawkins. So it actually wasn't all that interesting. We were talking last week, this question about the looting of the British by India, and so there was some academic paper that claims that there was a bunch of money stolen. It's unclear academically to claim if there was anything actually stolen. So there's one claim that like $45 trillion. One scholar who did a study claimed on some sort of the tax rate, um, but it doesn't seem like there's much claim that there was actually a serious looting of. I mean, certainly there were British crimes against India, but the term looting, that's less clear. And even if there was taxes,
Don't you think that looting is sort of an emotional term indicative of what you might call a political bias?
um,
So I could just say you have a pro-British political bias, and maybe other people have a more sane, more neutral political bias.
no, I don't have a pro British bias at all, and I just say an
But you could
accurate.
see how someone would say that in retort to, no, of course we didn't loot India. We just occupied it for 100 years mysteriously, and it had way less percent of global GDP afterwards somehow.
Well, it's an accuracy. Loot is a form of crime, and occupation, and there's a whole bunch of
Are
crimes.
you seriously saying it reduces down to who's in charge of the legal system at the time?
No, I'm saying just because someone did criminal activity doesn't mean that you could just throw out random criminal activity and say it's accurate. So if you say either Britain looted India or they didn't, and from my perspective, there's not much evidence that they looted India.
Well, by British laws?
By any law, even by any claim.
Okay.
And because looting is, I mean, I don't even know if there's a definition like loot or plunder. If loot is a form of
Looting is kind of like where you go somewhere, take everything, and leave it in a state of disrepair and starvation.
Yeah, it's a form of theft. Steal goods from a place, typically during a war, like plundering
When I
goods.
think pirate, I think looting or thief.
Yeah, I mean to say like Rome was looted. I don't even know classic examples of looting, like riots, like people
So
loot.
according to you, Rome wasn't really looted because it was just a just Christian reappropriation of divine goods.
No, I mean, looting refers to. Well, I mean, there is some. I would talk about an amoral term. So I think the problem you have like a moralistic term, and you're saying because you think the British is amoral, and therefore you're just going to put a bunch of negative terms on them, whether it's accurate or not. So if there's a factual element of,
It's just really funny because it's like, why are you taking such issue with this one allegedly insulting term?
I just said it's inaccurate. That there seems little evidence that the British stole anything from
Has the
India.
country ever invaded a country without looting it before?
Yeah, I would say most of the countries that, well, I mean, invaded is also if it's say occupy, if
Occupy is something you do after an invasion, in case you were unclear on the space-time geometry of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear even these terms, like the technical correctness of these words. So if you're just trying
Well,
to,
you're getting to a very important point, which is what is true is often confused with, for the beginners, with what is politically expedient. And this is a perfect example of that.
yes, if there's a political reason why you want to use
Deny
the
that the British looted India? I don't know. You tell me why you want to deny that the British looted India when they occupied it for 100 years.
because I don't see any evidence that they looted India.
Because you want it to be not a complete, horrible, bad thing and totally categorically evil that India was occupied for 100 years. I wonder why.
Well, no, it's just if it's inaccurate, we're saying, well, did they rape India? And say, well, no, I mean, I haven't heard that many cases of like mass rape across of the British against Indians. And in terms of looting,
So there
I
wasn't a
haven't
mass
heard,
rape.
I haven't
Okay.
heard or seen any
That's
evidence
that's
of
again
mass looting.
inconsequential.
So, I mean, if you have crimes, if you want to say um, occupied, oppressed, murdered, um, that's different. I mean, so, I mean, if you said, well, like they murdered, um, they oppressed, even like Africa, saying, well, did they loot Africa? And like, well, I don't think they looted Africa. They might have murdered people. They might have enslaved people. I don't think they looted Africa. and then like your insistence that they did, and you can't even name like one thing that they looted. So if you're saying like just a series of crimes, to say, well, they murdered a lot of people, they oppressed a lot of people, they
Okay,
occupied a lot of
look at the
people, and
percent
you're
of the
saying they
GDP India
looted.
had before it was occupied and then after, and compare them and then conclude, oh, India's a lot poorer now. Conclusion, they got looted in the process of the occupation. Maybe other stuff happened too. I don't give a fuck. But it's still true that they got looted in the process of the occupation, if you count your GDP dropping by a huge amount relative to the world.
Yes, that's how some of the calculations are made. Although an actual claim, well, what did they loot?
Like, I'm
What are you
not
claiming?
blaming you. You realize I'm not blaming you
What are you
personally for the
claiming they took?
occupation of India, right?
What are you claiming they took?
Wealth. I'm not going to list every last fucking thing
Just this
they
one
could have
thing.
taken for
Just this
themselves
one
to
thing
build
that you
up
claim they
their own
took.
machines, okay?
Just this one thing that do you think they took? Just one.
A percentage of the GDP worldwide, a large one. Would you like to look it up?
How that you're saying they? How do you loot a percentage of the GDP? So you loot
I don't know. Read a
gold.
history book. There was 100 years occupation. You're making it sound like they were there for 100 years doing humanitarian work. Do you realize how crazy that sounds?
No, that's not why. I mean, I don't know why you're
That's how it
have
sounds
such
to
a
me.
failure to use like reason. I mean, I said like they could have murdered people. They could have. You're claiming they stole things. Looting is playing. You're claiming they stole things. So I ask you, what did they steal? Name one thing that you're claiming they stole.
And you're asking
I
me
mean, I
the
didn't say
same
like they
question
didn't murder.
again
I
that's
didn't say
been
they didn't
asked and
murder
answered
anybody.
twice now. I'm starting to get mildly irritated.
But you didn't say. You said that their GDP decreased, but you didn't actually claim something that they stole.
Yeah, the GDP.
You can't. I mean, GDP is a abstract economic term that didn't even exist at the time.
So is literally every fucking thing I could possibly name here. Doesn't mean that India wasn't looted. So I'd like to really move on here. Airplanes fly. What are we talking about here? Flying yogis and
Okay, well,
how?
I think that proves my point that she can't even list one thing that was stolen. And then if you're coming back,
Oh, sure. Yeah.
they kill people,
That's
and
the
I'm
thing
not
to
claiming they
take
didn't
from
kill
this. Me
people. I'm not claiming
refusing
they,
to engage in this stupid discussion. It's just beneath me to even engage in this. Like, this is what I should do to all your dumb theories. Just ignore them like the blue eyes horse shit too. I shouldn't even give that the light of day. So moving on, Bernoulli's principle. What did what are we talking about now?
was she's made a few other posts, and I say he's make basically the same category area that Jennifer constantly makes. And at this point, I don't think they're going to stop making it. And it comes back to like the Vienna School and the confusion between science and metaphysics. And I'm not even sure the accuracy of his claim of. I mean, I know there's questions about Bernoulli's lift principle, but whether it's inaccurate or saying that there's no idea of why airplanes fly or the equation, and so and then he goes on to some metaphysics, and he has a few articles like that. But so God forbid I stop following him, but I think his last few articles somewhat prove my point, and it goes back to the main category error I'm saying that are. Yeah, I think Jennifer basically makes, and at this point, I don't think she's going to be able to prevent herself from making it, and that's the mixing of metaphysics and science, and his claim about a metaphysical explanation of mass, and then he wants to give like a Vedic explanation of mass, and then somehow he wants to claim that that Vedic metaphysical explanation of mass could explain Bernoulli's principle, and then he's talking about like yogis levitating, and so I think it kind of proved my point the last few blog posts that he made. Although, yeah, I mean, my claim is that he's making the same category error that Jennifer makes, and she does not seem to get it, and I've kind of
Well, I'm
given
not
up.
really sure what it is that you're saying. It sounds like you're saying because I have a different interpretation of science than you, that I'm making a category error. It's like you don't think I'm allowed to have this opinion. And if I was more disagreeable, I might just hold it on that basis alone. Luckily, I'm not. But
Certainly anyone I can't, thought police, I can't prevent you. I could make a proclamation that your
to me, you're way over the line
opinion
in
is
terms of how, like, honestly, how dare you? It's like you're trying to intimidate me into liking into changing my favorite color. It's like I said my favorite color is purple. You said yours is green, and now you're trying to intimidate me into having green as my favorite color. It's like I'm going to stick with purple. Thanks.
no, I'm accusing you of making a category error.
That you can't seem to explain what that category error is, because
Your
the
category
definition
error
the
is
definition you sent to me about quote Western science, I don't see any evidence of that existing anywhere.
your category error is between metaphysics and science.
You can keep saying that, but it'll just keep being nonsensical, in my opinion. Because I don't actually think you understand metaphysics due to how you've spoken in the past. There's actually quite a big difference between being able to perceive it as a thing and just struggling to even understand that there's something that isn't physical. Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, Anders, if you're talking about our friend Ashish there. I did not understand what he was talking about. Like, I really didn't. Like, I think he made a couple of good points, but it sort of drowned out in rants. So I have to agree with Doovid on this one. Like, if you want to make a point, like shorten it down way, way, way down to just one little facet of a single point, because even that to express in English is not engineered to convey the truths of fundamental truths of these systems. So it's going to be a hard road, and a lot of times you're going to find that using a language, English or any language, actually going to possibly confuse you, in the sense that understanding things through language allows you to make really big mistakes, really fundamental mistakes that are extremely hard to get past because they become part of your thought process. How do you stop your thought process and interrupt it in the middle of it to correct it, take out this bad presupposition? So anyway, it's really hard because in order to define metaphysics, there's a question of like, who the fuck should be defining metaphysics? And I've said this before, like there isn't a common, to me, all definitions start out with the common usage. It's all the process of the common usage that matters. I'm arguing there's essentially no process of common usage of metaphysics because of Christianity and a lot of other historical figures. It's so damn polluted and convoluted that you could ask, 100 people what metaphysics is, you get 100 different answers. When that's the case, I basically say, okay, there's just no correspondence to convention, and therefore there's no way to ground it in anything that would be like epistemologically sound. Not that stuff that's not epistemologically sound isn't interesting. It can be, but in a different way that doesn't quite relate to knowledge. So anyway, what are we looking at now?
So he put a whole bunch of articles, and yeah, I think they're all problematic, the same category error, and that's my understanding that Jennifer's making the same category error between metaphysics and science. And
you sound like you're broken on loop here. You've said the same thing 3 times with no clarification. You don't understand. It's like with Shijab, you don't understand the difference between ontology and epistemology. It's like, why don't you just skip all that and say what I fucked up rather than just repeating yourself like a parrot?
Well, I mean, because I guess because you're not really listening or being reasonable.
I still don't understand what you're saying other than
obviously
science is only defined in the Western paradigm. That is literally your starting point, that science is only defined in the Western paradigm. Well, sure, if that's your starting point, fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think you're going to be capable of understanding it.
I don't think you understand what you're saying, which is why you keep stalling and repeating the same thing, and it's nonsense.
I don't think you can stop yourself from
talking
for a few seconds to listen to what I mean.
To hear you repeat the same thing for the 4th time? No, sure, go ahead.
Well, to explain the category error you're making, but I don't want to say it's unfortunate. Saying that,
yeah, I'll leave you as much time as you want to go ahead and explain the category error. I don't think you can, because first you have to justify why the hell anyone should care about your definition of metaphysics. That's literally step 1 in this, because that would be epistemic certainty that you have any justification or duty to progress in the conversation at all. So go ahead and start there.
Yeah, so Ashish in his post.
So obviously you can't do that. Ignoring that, it ignores that. Basically my point has been validated here. Moving forward, why don't you tell us the difference between science and metaphysics?
Yes, I mean,
is it because you don't know and wouldn't know where to start?
Well, no, I just don't think you
So
want to
anyway,
listen.
just leave it at we don't agree on the interpretation of metaphysics without having to insult me and say, oh, you're making a category error. Okay, maybe you're making a category error. Did you ever think of that?
I could be. Category errors are quite common. And I'm not sure. I mean,
So
you're
there's
taking that
limited
as,
utility
you're
to
taking that
logging
as
the
an insult.
category error
I mean, you seem to be
continuously.
getting
I
like
talk to people who make category
overly
errors all the
emotional
time, and it's
by it.
like they don't want to hear that,
You're getting
even
like
if it's true.
overly emotional, and you can't even
Even if
stop for a
it's
second
true,
to
they're
listen.
not going to change their mind by virtue of saying it. So why say it? Because you don't know the answer.
I mean, you seem
Period.
to. I mean, to
Moving
my
on.
ears, you're just kind of like nonsensically ranting.
Oh, really? Because you're not answering the question, though. So I'm just like getting a little annoyed that you keep making the accusation without backing down instead of saying, oh, yeah, good point, Jen. You were right. I was wrong. I was full of shit when I said that you were wrong about physics and science. I just didn't understand your point, and I don't understand it either. Because nobody does. But that doesn't give you the right. Nobody understanding something doesn't give you the right to tell me I'm wrong about my interpretation.
Well, I mean, from all the time I've spoken to, my only sense that I can make of what you're saying is what I
Implying
would
you
call.
ought to be able to make sense of what I'm saying. How dare you? Do you have any idea
God
how
forbid.
advanced what I know is?
Well, I'm not sure if you actually know anything.
And I don't give a shit.
What you
And
know,
nobody in the world ought to give a shit. And the fact that you don't see that is frustrating at times.
Yeah, so whatever it is you're knowing, I think the problem why I can't comprehend it because it's
because first of all, your attitude is shit, and you doubt that I'm right. You think you can get into the castle of knowledge when you're crippled with this doubt? Yeah, right. But anyway, moving on. I wish you could just say we don't agree on metaphysics, and it's currently irreconcilable. But maybe if we research a little further, we can actually get past it. I don't know if it's possible to get past it. The point that I'm stuck at is that there's an aesthetic, there's a top-down ontology and a bottom-up ontology that don't appear to be reconcilable. So I think it's ultimately going to not work unless one understands that one can either have a bottom-up or top-down ontology and that they're not really compatible modes of thought.
Yeah, well, the category error is that the metaphysical claims don't have bearing on scientific claims.
Oh my God. Could
So
you
that's
ever
the category error that you and
it's just so funny because it's like if you could think of a sentence that you could never hope to possibly justify in your entire life, that would be it.
That metaphysical claims don't have bearing on scientific claims.
Exactly. That is. Do you have any idea how much faith it takes to believe that? And you want to claim that that's possible? I'll say, okay, it's another mystery school. Cool. Enjoy.
Yeah, so it might, God forbid, just be a permanent standstill because, but yes, I'll leave it at
you'd
that.
have to understand my position a little better to see why you're wrong. That's up to you.
Well, it gets back to the thing that you claim. You basically, like Ashish, you have to personally attack me to claim why you don't understand your position.
You personally attacked me when you said I made a category error according to my religion. So you don't get to decide what offends me according to my religion.
Well, I mean, you might be offended, but that you're saying the deficiency, your claim is dependent on saying the reason I don't understand is some personal deficiency within me, as opposed to a deficiency in.
Imagine thinking it was ever anything not that. Imagine for anything, literally. Imagine thinking learning something was other people's responsibility, not your own. Imagine that. Under says, one example of metaphysics I have is strong emergence. So that's not really metaphysics exactly. Like not every philosopher defines metaphysics the same way. You got to understand, like not every philosopher understands reality the same way. So let's say there's a ranking of understanding reality from 0 to 100. If a philosopher understands reality at 100, their teaching is going to look a lot different than a philosopher who understands reality at 30. And when they talk about metaphysics, can they really be said to be talking about the same thing? Bubblegum says science would be a branch of metaphysics. It's hard to say because you've got the history of the thing. In which case science would be, I mean, I've always said science is an application of philosophy. Because from a process relational standpoint, I can defend that because like I say, historically in Greece, they didn't have, quote, science as we understand it today. They had something more general, which then became science as we know it now. What you might call material science. Now, whether science is a branch of metaphysics, I think is itself like whether things are blank but to do with metaphysics are themselves metaphysical claims that we have to sort of inquire before we can get off the ground with that. Like, what qualifies someone to make a claim about something that isn't physically, even in principle, demonstrable? And it's not nothing, because language is metaphysical, because language isn't physical, because you can literally disprove it. Because if it's going to be physical, it has to have physical presence. Language doesn't have that. Yeah, so as you can see, people are disagreeing in the chat. That's normal. I was very surprised to see this. Go ahead. You want to read something from your video, Doowovid? Go ahead.
Well, I spent like 9 hours almost reading things on my channel, and so just some of the topics I covered: the philosophy of science, the history of the scientific method, Thomas Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions, Hobbes' philosophy of science, theory of and observation in science. That was the first video, was like 4 hours of, and the second video I did just yesterday, I covered the scientific revolution, John Locke's philosophy of science, scientific representation, introduction to model theory, in-depth coverage of the scientific method, Kant's philosophy of science, and the philosophy of technology. So a lot of these are me reading from Wikipedia and Stanford. So I got this new app that allows me to highlight. So I highlighted these videos and I was reading with the highlights. So yeah, I went in depth in the problem that because the philosophy of science, it would say the metaphysics of science is, I guess I put it's different than science. It's not actually science. And then what is science as opposed to the philosophy of science and the metaphysics of science and
The
science.
process of science too, right?
Well, science is basically what is produced by the scientific method. So the common understanding, the word science today used, is so like Whewell comes up with the term scientist, and cover like originally it was called natural philosophy, and then it's not really through the 18th century, the 19th century, that you have the differentiation of the term science, which just means knowledge, and the implication is that science is a unique form of knowledge, and it's the unique form of knowledge that is produced by the scientific method, which there's dispute around what exactly the scientific method is. But at some point in the mid 1800s, you have a divorce where science becomes its own field. So like in the time of Kant, through, from Locke, Hobbes, Newton, Leibniz, who are the 17th, 18th century, through Kant, towards the end of the 18th century, till you have like the neo-Kantians in the mid 1800s. You don't have science, you have natural philosophy, which means the philosophy of the natural, the material realm. And then at some point in the 1800s, you have a break-off where science becomes its own field that is no longer a subdivision of philosophy. And then so you have the neo-Kantians, that Kant is a major developer in what would be like the metaphysics of science. And then the neo-Kantians start to break that away until eventually you have the Vienna Circle and logical positivism. And in the beginning of the mid of the 20th century, science is already completely divorced from philosophy. So the philosophy of science is something that's not practiced by scientists, it's practiced by philosophers. Most of the philosophers of science are not actually scientists themselves. And
conversely, most scientists aren't philosophers.
yeah, probably like less than 1 out of 100 scientists are involved even at all in the philosophy of science or would even consider it relevant. And although it's problematic because science has to be, so to say, metaphysically grounded. But that was as I mentioned, Schlicht was assassinated because he claimed that science didn't need metaphysical grounding. And Gödel, uh, the effects of the mid 20th century, Popper is a byproduct of the Vienna Circle, and you have the complete divorce of science from metaphysics. In
That's the claim.
um,
That's the claim. Now,
well,
whether anyone believes that claim is a different story. So I'm just going to make that clear there.
I say that's the current mainstream paradigm of
It's the
which
claim
science is
of the
practiced.
paradigm. Yeah. Mainstream paradigms. When have they ever been wrong before?
So I mean, even to put like Jennifer is not a scientist. I mean, she might have an undergraduate degree in science. She might have worked in an adjunct science-based field, but she's not a scientist. And if you say her theories are not in the realm of science, they're in the realm of metaphysics. And then the
And I would
question
say,
is,
oh, this whole framing is just a political edge. It's just to get a political advantage. And I'll be like, okay, cool, I get it.
what? So
I think we've seen this one before.
you're a philosopher who's criticizing science. So you're not actually involved in science.
I
You're
don't
involved
like
in
to. I don't like to. I don't
you're
like
a
to take that. I don't
philosophical
like to
critic.
describe myself that way. I don't like to describe myself that way because I don't think it really conveys what I'm all about, which is the ahimsa principle.
For whatever reason, you believe that if you want to, just accepting that that's accurate, of your self concept is accurate, but in order for you feel a necessity to limit the harm, that you have to be a critic of science. So your motivation is irrelevant, but
Nah.
you're not a scientist, you're a critic of science. You say, okay, maybe you have positive motivation of why you're a critic of science, but you're not a scientist, you're a critic of science. And that's why I would put the category error is in classification. I mean, in category.
So you want to say I'm a critic of science, okay? Let's just say I grant that, okay? Let's put that on the shelf,
you
and
accept
then
you're
we'll
not a
say that
scientist.
I have these models that make predictions. It then seems odd to be like, I'm not a scientist. I have all these models that make all these predictions.
But
What
they're
does
not
that make me?
scientific models. They're
So
metaphysical
they're
models.
unsigned, they're metaphysical models that make predictions.
They're not scientific models.
So I
I
could
mean,
say
even
they're
your quantum
metaphysical
periodic
models
table,
that make
even your
predictions,
quantum
or
periodic
just
table isn't a
they're models.
scientific model.
They're models that make predictions. That's what I could say.
Well, that's possible, but that doesn't meet the qualifications to be a scientific model.
Says you.
Or say like, okay, I have a model of Israel. So it's not a scientific model. You can say like, no, it's just a model of Israel.
Well,
No, I
I
have a
don't know
model
how
of
the
Israel that makes
periodic
I have
table
a
can
model of
be
Israel that makes
analogized
predictions.
with a mythical slash real place. You know.
Well, I mean, just because it makes predictions doesn't mean it's scientific. You have a model that makes predictions.
See, the thing is, a lot of people would say that predictions are the cornerstone of scientific models. Accurate, realizable, verifiable predictions. According to a lot of people, that's what science is.
Well, that's why I went in depth into the scientific method. So it's like, no, that's just one
So
of.
you're saying those people, all those people that think that, they're wrong because these other people said that that's not wrong, that that's not the way to interpret it, and that actually it's possible to separate science from metaphysics, even though no one has explained how that's possible.
Um, well, mean, possibly you say, I mean, you have a hypothesis that makes predictions.
It's not a hypothesis, okay? It's well-established doctrine. I didn't fucking establish it. It's Ayurvedic medicine. If you know someone's dosha, you can predict what kinds of illnesses are going to befall them and predict what kind of medicines will be helpful for them, okay? That's what I mean by prediction. And a bunch of other stuff, like mostly it has to do with like people's internal logic of their beliefs.
So why
I think my models about people's internal logic for their beliefs are
you
the
say
most
you
accurate you can
you
get.
had a model and then you took it back and said you don't have a model. You're just talking about a generic
The models I use. I just don't want people to get the idea that I'm claiming to have invented all these models.
That's what
No,
you just said. You used the term "you have a model," and now
I'm
you're
using them. Oh,
backtracking.
can we just calm it down a notch and just focus for a while on how wrong you are instead of, you know, nitpicking what I may or may not have said?
But I mean, a model is just a explanatory hypothesis. So say just you have an explanatory hypothesis,
And what distinguishes a scientific model from a regular model? A lot of people would say predictions. You could say it's some other materialist nonsense, but I'm going to say that's gibberish because materialism isn't well defined enough to mean anything.
yeah, I'm saying religion is also an explanatory hypothesis.
Well, now you're just changing the tack completely. It is not self-evident how religion makes predictions. If you're trying to somehow circularly imply that what I said is wrong because religion can be made to seem to make predictions according to science and therefore my description's wrong, I don't see how that follows.
We're saying you're making a category or that I mean, one thing you can't even keep what you're saying straight.
Do you understand the criticism
I don't
that
understand
it's not possible to separate
you
science
can't
from
even say the
metaphysics?
same thing twice. So like you say one thing, then you say a different thing.
Do
So
you
like, no, I really
understand
can't
that it's not?
understand because
You're just
every
confusing
single time you
yourself
switch
now.
what you're
Do you
saying.
understand that some people might think it's not possible to separate science and metaphysics? Do you understand how someone might think that?
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that.
So it sounds a lot like the claims being made that science is divorced from metaphysics somehow. And so you can see how some people would deny that as even possible at all.
Well, we get
And you
back
couldn't
to
really fault them for it because you can't point to any evidence saying, "Oh, here's my BTFO that, you know, you want to be skeptical
we
of
get
this.
back
Here's my counter evidence."
to
It's like you can't point to it.
to first you said you have, and then you said no, I don't have. I'm using Ayurveda, and it's not yours. And now you're back to you have, and
I
then
can have
this claim
models that I use that I didn't invent. Do you
whether you're
understand
saying
that?
whether you're saying that okay, you don't have a scientific model, and it's saying okay, so you're just practicing Ayurveda, and if you're questioning whether Ayurveda should be considered scientific, but now you're backtracking that you don't have anything scientific. You're not a scientist. You're just a Hindu practitioner that wants to, for whatever reason, claim that your religious belief is scientific.
Yeah, I don't remember ever making the claim that my religious belief was scientific. I think I said that Shad Darshan was scientific. Um, but, you know, whatever.
And then saying the method is saying that you could science is not part of science is having explanatory hypothesis.
Well, I think maybe I'm looking at science as the
all
scientific
you're
method,
is that you have
and
an
you're looking at it
explanatory
as the
hypothesis.
result of the scientific method, as though it's a substance that rules the universe. Substance dualism rears its head again.
Yeah, and so this I read the Charles Sanders Peirce in his the four stages of points, and was saying that I don't see Jennifer what she has to be considered scientific. To say she might have an explanatory hypothesis that makes predictions, but it's not scientific. And then so that's the category error that and then even say like to say that it's fundamental. I'm not even saying it's fundamentally flawed because it's not scientific. That's the problem of the category error that could deal with a metaphysical theory as a metaphysical theory, but if you want to deal with it as a scientific theory when it's not a scientific theory, that's a category error and can't really make any progress on it.
Yeah. So once again, I feel like this is coming back to it's got to be whatever is officially the position, or you're wrong. And you're not going to progress. What am I progressing towards? Agreeing with Freemasonry?
No. It's saying that,
because that's kind of what it feels like, honestly.
I think if you want to have a philosophical or metaphysical discussion that's different.
I am so far beyond that. I don't think you can understand metaphysics based on the positions you take. No offense.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. I mean, that's what I mean. God forbid. Like
I don't go into metaphysics on this show. I barely get into logic because Doooovid can't follow the logic. It's like, well, you're wrong if you don't agree with the interpretation of Western civilization on science. It's like, well, if that's your starting point, that Western civilization originated science, okay, I guess I'm not going to dissuade you then. I guess the concept of an internal critique is a fool's errand. Oh, gee, did I already know that and did it anyway just for the fuck? Well, let's think about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I have an interpret, I just, like I told the Sheesh, you seem delusional.
Yeah, because highlighting every single section in a Wikipedia doesn't seem delusional.
Well, this was an error that I wasn't able to undo. Somehow it automatically yellow highlighted this all.
So maybe one of the cornerstones of Western civilization is calling people delusional who don't toe the party line of the uni party. Interesting theory. I wonder if it makes predictions.
No, the delusion is the delusion of grandiosity, where you think that you have some.
Oh yeah, where you think you can judge me. That's a huge delusion of grandeur. Unfortunately, you're not alone in suffering.
You're strenuously claiming some accomplishment that cannot be verified, or authority, or wisdom that can't.
Well, you already verified it. You said I have models that make predictions. In my opinion, that's science. You disagree about what science is, that's fine. I don't care if we have a disagreement on that level. Like, that's literally an aesthetic preference. It's like, you're not meant to agree on aesthetic preferences.
I mean, you just backtracked them since you're delusion again. Like, what you're saying?
Holy shit. I'm trying to get past this misunderstanding, and it's like, now you can't not resort to cruelty, apparently, in expressing yourself, which is sad for you.
Now you're using the word you again, which no, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the whole IRL deconstruction thing is just kind of getting tedious.
You just said that you didn't have any models that make predictions. You're just using.
Yeah, I'd like you to stop misrepresenting what I'm saying, because this is just you stalling for how bad you look, for how little you understand, trying to make it look like I made some sort of technical error. Stop. Stop. Moving on.
Well, I guess that's all I got. So maybe it's a bad sign. Maybe it's a sign we should just wrap it up quickly. And
literally, it doesn't matter if we don't agree on this. And you're saying because we don't have the same favorite color, we have to stop working together. It's like, you're working on writing, I'm working on writing. We can talk about that. Don't you think it matters what the other side thinks? If people who don't agree with you, like, doesn't that matter? I care what people, if people have a coherent position opposed to me, I'd like to know about it.
I don't see this conversation going anywhere. I mean, did you actually produce any right makes? I guess. I
wrote tons. Actually, the document I'm writing in is 17 pages long, but it's not finished. It's currently 3 major aspects of material consciousness, matter, boundary, and subject. And I broke it down to those 3 subjects and giving intro to those 3. I'm going to use that as a jumping off point. So it's just not done yet, but it's quite long, and I'm not using ChatGPT as much anymore, because I think I kind of learned what I needed to from it. So that was good.
So I mean, I guess I'll share the rest of these links, and then maybe we could just wrap up.
I just think, like, the point we're stuck at is, you're saying there's no metaphysical entailments in this stuff, and I'm saying, how do you know that? And you're saying, well, because they said there's no metaphysical entailments, and I'm saying I don't believe them. We'd have to actually look at the entailments, and you're saying, well, you're crazy. So it's like, okay, well, that's a little hurtful.
That's the way you're interpreting it, so that's why I thought we should probably just wrap up, because I don't think that's what happened, but that's your interpretation of it. We're not going to be able to get anywhere. Probably just wrap up.
So you're not able to consider the possibility that Western science has metaphysical entailments?
I can consider the possibility, but
Right, because that's what I'd be interested in looking at, is actually verifying the claims of no metaphysical entailments. And you're saying we can't verify the claim because we're starting on the presupposition that there's no metaphysical entailments. I'm saying, okay, well, if you want to look at it that way, that's fine, but you're not going to, I don't know what you're doing other than just repeating what other people have written down.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything unique of my own to add on this. I mean, God forbid, I'm not sure you have anything unique on your own to add to this. So, more just sharing some research into history and what other people have thought. So, if you're like insistent that you have something unique to add to it, and then like I'm having a hard time following with it, whether you do actually have anything unique to add to this, and so we're just at like a standstill.
Yeah, I guess I don't care if you don't think I have anything to offer. I don't think anyone cares. If you can talk about a topic you have interest in, if you both know something about the topic, I don't think it really matters.
Um,
I think you're kind of in that situation. You think I couldn't possibly be right. You're kind of like my parents. You couldn't possibly be right, because then, damn, the pile of my wrongs is huge. Fuck, that's impossible.
when people could
I'm very
possibly be
forgiving,
right,
though.
I just say that I don't even know if you're saying anything like to even make a claim of what you're. I don't even know if you have I don't even know if you made a claim that could be.
Okay, so do you know what Shah Darshan is? I sent you the pages of it. I sent you the pages out of my Ayurvedic textbook on Shah Darshan. I wanted to know if you read it. You said you hadn't read it yet last time I asked you. Have you actually read it?
I did read through that book.
Okay, so question, is there any value for that to be expounded for a Western audience? That's the question, in your opinion.
Well, possibly. I mean, that's I guess that's up to the audience whether that's interesting to them. I mean, it was interesting to me a little bit, but I read through the book. I kept the book to read through it maybe a second time.
Which book? Vasant Lats?
What was the title of it?
Textbook of Ayurvedic Medicine, I think. Yeah, so Andre's saying one term sounds scary is evidence-based medicine. All medicine is evidence-based. The question is, how does the science work, and how do you validate model? Okay, it's like you could say that what's important in my model is, accuracy or scope. And maybe you have to make a trade-off. You make that trade-off based on a number of factors. At no point did you stop doing science. But you shouldn't delude yourself into thinking you didn't make that decision on an essentially metaphysical basis, which is not a basis. I'm not saying that it's a spooky action at distance nonsense basis. It's a non-material basis, as in it doesn't have mass. It's like, obviously, the reason I made a decision didn't have mass, and light doesn't have mass. And when I say it's predictive, what I mean is, if you get to know someone's dosha, like there's 3 major doshas, and you get to know someone's dosha, you kind of interpolate them within a fuzzy boundary between those 3 extremes. And then you can understand their disturbances a lot more easily, because their distributions, like not bimodal, but trimodal distributions of illnesses that correlate with what the Chinese call the elements. And I think, you could think of, a little bit like the humors of Hippocrates, but not quite. So anyway, yeah, thanks for bringing this up. It's probably a little bit hard to see, but this is the book indeed. Obviously, this is not, in my opinion, in a form that any Westerner can understand or use in any way. But you can read it. I'm just talking about Shah Darshan.
By a Westerner.
The theory is Ayurvedic medicine. Okay? And I'm not saying a Westerner can't use Ayurvedic medicine, because Ayurvedic medicine is applied. All you have to do is memorize it. You just have to memorize the different pathways and stuff. Shah Darshan is not Ayurveda. Shah Darshan is actual philosophy that you can derive Ayurveda from.
So what does this have to do with what we were talking about?
So the question is there value to presenting that to a Western audience?
I'm not sure the sense of your statement. Is there value to? I mean, you're talking about for you. Are you like
You're saying, "Oh, I doubt if you know anything. I doubt if you know anything," over and over and over. I'm reposing that same question to you, saying, "Is there value in this? Let's give me the benefit of the doubt that I do know. Why the fuck anybody would make a claim on knowing the stuff if they didn't? When there's so many other people that understand that they could disprove in 10 seconds beyond me." But anyway,
well, if there's value to Ayurveda, I'm not sure if there's. I mean, you could hypothetically say there's value to all people to it. Um,
there may be
what do you mean
limited value to Ayurveda
I mean,
because it may
percentual
turn out to be the case that Ayurveda is adapted for people who can be vegetarian, and not everyone can be vegetarian, so it's complicated. That doesn't make it not science. Yeah, Anders, it's not really about pills. It's about how much you decide to adapt your ability to measure things
You mean,
to a
so
particular
the
domain.
problematic is saying, I was talking about science and scientific theories. And so the question, did you actually have any models? And so now you're coming back to Ayurveda. So you're saying Ayurveda is a model. It's not your model. It's a model
Shad
that you
Darshan's
use.
not a model. It's 6 philosophies from which you can construct models. So as the pundit, you have to say, well, I'm going to invoke, most people will invoke some level of atomism
So
and this
you're
and this
making
and
the
this
claim that
for these
because
reasons. Then you have scientific model. The philosophy is not science. That's the whole point, is you got to understand metaphysics to take philosophy to science.
you're making some sort of claim that because you know Ayurveda, that therefore you could instantaneously produce theory, or not instantaneous, but because your knowledge of Ayurveda, that therefore you could produce theories about science.
That's not the way I look at it.
I don't even know what you're claiming you're making. So I mean, why'd you even bring up like Ayurveda? And that's the one thing. Like Ayurveda is not. What's that have to do with you? I mean, if you want to say you're a practitioner of Ayurveda, or you claim you want to claim you're an expert in Ayurveda.
Well, I can't because I study physics, so I'm not expert in Ayurveda. I know a little bit.
So I mean, why'd you even bring it up?
Like, when you're going to be king and you have to know a little bit about a bunch of things in order to have your rule legitimized, kind of, but not.
And you're claiming, you're about to be king or something.
I said it was like that, not literally that. Kshatriya's rule. I come off as a Kshatriya to you?
No, I mean, I honestly have no clue what you're saying. That's why
what
I
I'm
just
saying
wanted to
is
wrap it up, because
okay.
it seemed just to be getting negative energy. So I'd rather just walk away than continue.
So you don't want me to explain? You'd rather just.
You don't seem to be explaining. Like it's been like half an hour now. You still haven't explained anything.
Well, maybe if you could stop misrepresenting what I'm saying, because I feel like I have to spend so much time correcting all of the misrepresentations of what you're saying. It's like, oh my God,
half an hour, and I haven't been able. Like, you said something.
I said, is it worth representing Indian philosophies of life?
I said, you say something. I'm trying to say something back. Like, did I say it right? And for the last half hour, everything has been no. So I'm saying, like, I don't think I'm gonna get what you're saying. We should just and it's going to be too negative, and
I don't see this as negative. I mean, I see that what's led up to this has been incredibly negative.
I don't think I'm going to get it, so you're just intrinsically going to have negative feelings towards me, so we should probably just end it.
Well, I don't have any negative feelings towards you. I think you're projecting. I'm trying to explain something, and due to the numerous miscommunications, I'm re-explaining it. So I can give it another shot, but I would, seriously consider not taking things so personally if I were you.
Well, I don't even know what you're trying to explain now, like, and why, like, if you're trying to explain Ayurveda to me now, and that's.
I asked you a simple question: is it worth? Could you see the value of presenting Shad Darshan to a Western audience? Yes or no? Let's say the answer is yes. Let's just say hypothetically it's
maybe.
Yes. Okay. Let's model your maybe as a yes, and we can just, resub back in the maybe anytime. Okay. So if the answer is yes, I just don't think that this presentation of it's actually going to work for a Western audience, because it's too abstract. Now you say metaphysical. I'm literally just talking about Shad Darshan. I'm just talking about Shad Darshan. I'm talking about Shad Darshan. This chapter. Holy shit, I'm talking about this chapter of the book. This chapter. Shad Darshan. The name of the chapter is Shad Darshan. That's what I'm talking about. And have been for a while. The contents of the book, I'm sure Westerners can understand it because it's applied. It doesn't actually relate directly to the philosophy that built it, okay? That's the whole point of science, mind you, in my opinion, is to say philosophy is actually too hard to really, it's too unwieldy. Because if you get sort of into these deconstructions, it's like, whoa, almost a sense of reality itself becoming unmade. I'm just saying, I don't think Shad Darshan is accessible in any pragmatically useful way to a Western audience as it stands.
Okay, so why'd you bring it up then?
Because I'm trying to do that.
You're trying to present Shad Darshan to a Western audience.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, you're saying you get to say what that's going to look like. It's like, I don't get to say what it's going to look like. You don't get to say what it's going to look like. As a civilization, we get to kind of say what it's going to look like. But even then, there's a very limited amount of what we have to say about philosophy if it's going to be applied for the normal reasons that it gets applied for, which is the Ahimsa principle. So the constant, I don't understand why you think it matters that I live up to the Western standards on science, given how shit Western medicine is. Look how sick everyone is. What am I competing with? It's like,
that's what I'm saying. You make a category error there because you're trying to present it as scientific. That's the category.
Where did I do that exactly? And I still stand beside what I said, obviously, but where am I doing that exactly?
If you, I mean, even just say that, whatever reason, like, okay, but that's your desire to present this stuff, good, go for it. But then, so, I mean, one thing, like, okay, like, go ahead, present. Like, I'm not stopping you. Go ahead. I mean, it may not be that. I mean, it's only maybe minorly interesting to me. I mean, I guess the topic here, if we're talking about the category error of presenting it as scientific.
Like, I'm not mad. I hope you're not mad at me or anything. Like, I've been having these conversations for a very long time, ever since I could put them into words. So that's like going back to first year university at the latest, probably even in high school a bit.
Yeah, I'm not angry. I just feel like I'm feeling negative energy and feeling like a lack.
Well, I feel negative energy from you because I feel like you're saying that you know better than Indians about Ayurveda and Hinduism. It's like, you don't know better. You can say from your own perspective you disagree with it, but that doesn't mean that you're right and they're wrong and that you can judge them. It just means you have disagreeing perspective.
I don't see how I said that at all. I talked about the category error between metaphysics and science.
But it doesn't go any further than that.
So that's the only point I made. I mean, I didn't claim to. I mean, I've read quite a few books, but I don't claim to have any expertise or inside knowledge on Hinduism. I mean, I've read a reasonable amount of literature, but that's it. I don't have any. I don't claim any expertise. I don't claim to be an expert on Hinduism. The topic interests me. The only thing I was discussing was the category error of metaphysics and science. And saying that, okay, like, yeah, Ayurveda is interesting to me. Like, I read the book. Like, I saved it to maybe read again. I don't see it as scientific.
Why would you? You'd have to be an expert in the philosophy to understand how to turn philosophy into science. I'm sorry. It's just like, why would you understand this? It is completely epistemically ridiculous to think you'd have access to that kind of knowledge. Anyone shouldn't expect any special insight to this knowledge. You have to be initiated. Why do you think it's called initiate knowledge? Initiate, as in you have to be initiated. Like, this isn't just on you.
Like a delusional.
Please don't take this personally. This is just how it is in the system. Like, I didn't invent it.
I understand Hinduism. So I mean, if you're making the claim that some sort of initiation,
I'm not an expert on Hinduism. I understand Hinduism.
Could turn. Why I do understand. I mean, I didn't say expert, but I understand Hindu.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, if you presume to speak on behalf of Hinduism, you're kind of presupposing you're an expert. Yes.
I was saying, but you're. I mean, I'm even just trying to understand the claim that you're making, and you seem to be making the claim that through a deeper understanding that this somehow becomes scientific, or like taking initiation somehow would make this scientific. That I said I didn't see it
Bullshit.
as scientific because I didn't take initiation. If I took initiation, then I would understand that it's scientific.
You'd have to probably see a bunch of examples. I don't know how good you'd be, but you could do it with Western science. You can axiomatically deduce Western science. You just have to list your presuppositions, which is matter is fundamental.
Yeah, so that's
I
the
mean,
claim you're
even
making.
that you have to interpret it to some extent, but science has a certain structure.
It's just a claim that so to say, like I've heard a lot of people make
But
that claim.
you understand that philosophy is not equal to science, right? You use philosophy to make science. So philosophy itself isn't science. It is what science is made from.
Well, no, so that the scientific method arose out of philosophy.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But
saying as well.
science emerged from the scientific method. So at this point, sciences became independent from philosophy. You could have a philosophy of science or metaphysics of science, but science is what has emerged from the scientific method. And the origins of the scientific method are only historically interesting. So, well, where's the scientific
Well,
method?
that's a matter of
The scientific
interpretation.
method.
Whether
But I
science is
think
what
science is
emerges,
what has arisen from the
whether
method.
science is what emerges from the method or it remains the method is a metaphysical assertion. So you're saying at some point the scientific method turned into science, which is the result of the scientific method, so that there's a certain uh, lowering of potential number of interpretations of the data.
What you're making a philosophical or metaphysical claim about science and its necessity to be grounded. So the sense to say, well, why does science need to be grounded? And that's based on a metaphysics. It's not based on science itself. You say, well, there's science, it's emerged, and well, how is science grounded? And saying, so if you're the scientist,
Isn't
it
it
doesn't matter.
obvious?
It doesn't matter how it's grounded. So that's the domain of the philosophy of science. And so the metaphysics of science is usually within the philosophy of science, and the philosophy of science is not practiced by scientists. Scientists just do science. And so even the necessity where you're saying that philosophically you need to ground science, that's not a scientific claim.
When did I
That's
say
a
we need to
philosophical
ground
claim.
science? Oh, when I said the axiomatic thing? Just
Well, you
because
said
something admits axiomatic decomposition doesn't mean it's absolutely grounded.
you're claiming that science necessitates metaphysics.
Where did I say that?
That's what I understood you to just say. So I'm not even sure what you're saying now, because that's the problem. Because
Well, the difference is, so there's
everything
science
I
and method.
try to repeat back what you said to say, did I get what you said? And every time I do that, you never you just switch it to something else. So it never
I
gets
guess
anywhere.
the question is whether science, the
Did you
method,
say anything?
the question is whether the scientific method aligns with the purported results of science.
Where you're saying definitionally, science is what's produced by the scientific method.
Yes. And
So
then the
does
question
science
is
align?
that valid?
Validity is a question of
Fuck grounding. How do you know something was done in accordance with the quote scientific method? I mean, you have to
validity.
assert your
Validity is a
criterion.
question of logic or math.
Yeah, you have to assert, you nevertheless have to assert your criterion or your claims are meaningless.
Yes, I mean now you're talking about the metaphysical grounding of science.
Nope. I'm talking about validation in principle, or yeah, just empiricism of science, really. That's funny because science is the one thing that could be said to be self-grounded. And you're like saying I'm arguing to ground science?
Well, in the question of validity is produced through
Like,
logic.
first of all, if you want me to explain to you how Shad Darshan can make something scientific, do you understand how Ayurveda is scientific?
No, I don't
The
understand
doctor
Ayurveda.
makes a model of your doshas and then makes predictions based on that model.
I don't think that's scientific. It just means that
Yeah,
it's
but
logical.
can you see that someone would disagree with you and that would be completely sane?
We might use the terminology. If you, what I understood you saying, just logical.
The thing is that predictions, that kind of goes with science. Logic is more about making sense of things. Predictions is science. So if you got a model that makes predictions,
Predictions is one element of science.
yeah, you're making
It's
metaphysical
making a
claims.
prediction.
You're making a bunch of metaphysical claims, and I'm saying a lot of people don't agree with those metaphysical claims. And you're saying, well, they've been making them for 400 years, and I'll say, okay,
No,
that
but
doesn't
saying
make them right.
religion also makes predictions. It's not scientific.
Why
You
not?
would say like religion might make correct claims. They might make logical claims. It doesn't make it scientific.
So why? What's the difference then?
Well, scientific is derived from the method. So if you presume the correctness of the system and it doesn't have an iterative self-corrective mechanism, meaning to say that the recognition of what you're saying could be wrong and the avowal to the process to discover the truth through the process, as opposed to starting with the truth. And so in that sense, it's not scientific because you're starting with the truth. So you say you have the truth and it makes predictions, but you're not
It's not
using the method to discover
constructivist.
the truth. You're
It's not
claiming to already have the
arbitrarily
truth.
constructivist. It's not arbitrarily constructivist. Neither is Western science, but this is not arbitrarily constructivist. Like you can't invent your own darshan. Hey, Samish, nice to see you. He says, science as a method has rules and assumptions and methodologies of how to proceed to study phenomenon. Yeah, and frankly, to think that there's a consensus on that in the sense that it matters is a bit far-fetched. Like, I'll be perfectly honest. I know on some level, a lot of these conflicts are coming up because I'm just going to stick with
Category or you're
the
making.
definition that the masses are going to agree with because I care about the average person more than kissing up to academics. Not that
You're
I
kind
don't
of,
enjoy that too.
I mean, it's still the same category or where you're saying you just because it makes predictions is not scientific.
When I say something is scientific, I'm talking about models that make predictions. I don't know what other people are talking about, but I'm cool with people disagreeing. If someone disagrees on that, fine. But if someone's going to tell me my own definition that I've been using since forever is wrong, I'm just going to be like, I like purple, you like green. Can we just let's call the whole thing off?
Well, yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting because I'm more interested in studying science, and I don't really see what you're calling science, what in alignment with what I'm calling science. And I mean, if you said you have a model that makes predictions, that's fine. And said that religion also produces models that make predictions.
Yeah, but they're not verifiable to the same. They're not as accurate, let's say. They're non-falsifiable.
With I mean, biblical prophecies are models that make predictions that are falsifiable.
In practice, they don't end up being falsifiable. Sandwich says, I seem to be an antinomian concerning the scientific method. I don't understand what that means, but in my opinion, science is using models that make predictions to know what the future is going to be like. So to me, the more models, basis of models, like the more models you have, the better, but even better is more basis of models. You can like make more models than you could if you just memorize a bunch of models. That's what I'm saying. Like if you learn Ayurvedic medicine from a textbook, yeah, probably you'll get somewhere with it. You'll get better health for yourself, maybe be able to help people, stuff like minor, mostly looking at life better to have preventative care. Ayurveda doesn't shine in intervention because it's a whole lifestyle thing. It's like all about bringing out that health. But yeah, it works because it's scientific. So that's why I sort of like I kind of put my foot down at this point because it's like, well, I see what Doovid is saying, but I just like I'm a little confused as to, you know, where what the point is exactly of saying it. Because I guess does this convince you that what I'm saying cannot be reconciled with Western science in some level?
Honestly, I'm not even sure what you're saying. I mean, you just seem to me insistent on either committing a category error or using your own terminology that doesn't match uh,
Hmm.
my terminology or the terminology that I'm trying to use, and therefore it's like a standstill where there's no purpose in the conversation then.
Well, if we
So
knew what
we
the
could just we could
application,
just agree we could just agree to disagree to move on, but at that point that means we have to move on from basically
well, we
the
can
topic
still study this
the
stuff.
topic that's interesting to me, and
We
then
can
say,
still
well,
talk
I
about
could
this
just
stuff as long as it's clear that we're doing it for your writing with MTH and that it probably has limited application to my writing because,
so there's no benefit in
round
our
peg, square
collaboration.
hole.
There's no benefit to our collaboration then.
Well, I like talking about your MTH, and you say you like talking about consciousness. So to me, this is all just consciousness. So I don't see it like that.
I mean, I could just read these articles on my own channel like this, and and I'm not even sure, like, are we cooperating? I mean, I'm not even sure. Uh, yeah, just leaving like uncertain to me in our collaboration or what it's for, what it means.
Teaching people.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're teaching anybody.
Conway's glider says, I think Doob is using the term in the original meaning, and you're using it in an anachronistic way. I'm using it in the way that I was taught in my grade 8 science class. But obviously that was because it already accorded with my definition of science. And yeah, there's the process of science and then the result of that process. And then these claims about whether science can be, or divorcing science and metaphysics. So the claim that science and metaphysics could be separated under my understanding of metaphysics is impossible. So people are welcome to make those claims. It's impossible for me to imagine what that is. I'm happy to look at whatever evidence, but a lot of the stuff just seems to be long, long, long writings with no real way to understand what's being said. So if there was some way to summarize what's here, because look, we're looking at hundreds of pages, that would be cool. Just reading is even fine as long as at the end you want to summarize what you think is the important parts, but it doesn't seem maybe like there is any one part that's more important to you than any other.
Um, yeah, I guess I just find this stuff interesting, and I'm not sure. I'm not actually. I mean, I think the multiple truth hypothesis might be a useful method for trying to understand this stuff, but where it's some sort of like crossroads where, um,
Well,
yeah,
maybe you think me disagreeing with you means I can't help you, but I definitely can. And I'd be, thinking, try to map out I don't know, the multiple axioms of thought over history, but I still don't actually know enough about what you want MTH to look like. It's like you said yourself, you're still in the research phase.
yeah, that's why I'm avowing myself to the scientific method. I don't necessarily want it to look. I'm searching for the truth. I don't.
Okay, well, who do you want to
I'm not
define your truth?
presupposing
You
that.
have to answer for yourself. Who do you want to define your truth?
I'm not presupposing that I'm going to make the truth fit into my
Who
assessment.
do
I'm
you
allowing myself
want
to
to
the method.
define your truth then?
Who?
Yeah, or what? How do you want your truth defined? To whom do you want your truth claims ascribed? I don't know how to word it.
I'm not sure that I have the truth, or that
You don't think you have a choice as to what truth you subscribe to?
um,
Like, honestly, I don't feel like I have a choice, but I'm always making the choice to like stay on that same choice.
yeah, no, I've lost the thread of this conversation.
Well, you're saying you're researching science and you want to know how to think about science. And I said at some point you have to decide who the authority is that you recognize for yourself. No one can do that for you. It doesn't mean anything if you don't do it for yourself. It doesn't mean you're not going to agree with other people. It just means that, oh yeah, that's actually like, I want to, the way I say to people is, if you see the people who've already achieved it and want to emulate that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that authority, that there's a method there. I mean, you could call them authorities. There might be
You think,
levels.
okay, if somebody was an authority on truth, what would they have? What properties would they imbue? And you just think like, oh yeah, I want them to imbue that. And then you find the people that do.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there is an authority to truth. I'd say there's
There isn't. You have to go on a spirit quest and decide according to your personal aesthetic what you recognize as truth. That can take a while, but better late than never.
Yeah, I mean, I could convert to a religion or join a movement that has a positive claim, but that's not what I'm looking to do.
But you will eventually have to put your faith into something, go somewhere you've never been before, based on inferences.
No, I mean, I think I'm just going to keep on reading, keep on understanding these topics, maybe be able to articulate them a little bit better. Maybe one day I'll write a paper. Maybe I'll pick up a little bit more YouTube followers. Maybe at some point I'll be, I'll speak in front of a group, but I don't necessarily see some sort of outcome to it. It's just something that I find interesting to research, and yeah, I'm at a loss like where we're going here. So, and I feel like I feel like just like a negative energy that I feel like my intuition I just want to avoid. And like I enjoy doing research. I enjoy trying to understand things. But yeah, I'm saying if you have a positive truth claim that you believe if you claim to be putting forward a positive truth claim, and my intuition is to reject your positive truth claim, we're probably just at an impasse. And that's what I was saying, is like it was just a negative energy. So like, okay, like so if we're just at an impasse, we're at an impasse. Like we could agree to disagree and move on. Because I think it's really just the research I enjoy doing. And if you have the goal first, where you have some sort of positive truth claim that you're sticking with, and it's causing some sort of impenetrable impasse, then it is what it is. We should just agree to disagree and move on.
I don't know how many times I have to keep saying I don't mind studying stuff that doesn't relate directly to my personal epistemology. Like, I want to study this stuff.
Yeah, but you don't appear to. I'm not even sure to say that. I'm not even sure you appear to study it, because if you say, okay, like to study it, I want to accurately say what these people I'm reading say.
Okay, and I want to accurately reflect the logic.
You want to compare it to your.
No, I want to accurately
you want
reflect
to
the
compare it
logic.
to your proposed truth claim.
I want to know about the internal logic of the system.
That's what I mean. I want to understand what they're saying, as opposed to you seem to like when you say you want to understand the logic of the system. I mean, I could say the same thing, but it appears to me what you want to do is compare it to your proposed positive truth claim. So it's like, I think I understand the truth. And so when you say you're trying to understand the logic of the system, you're trying to compare it to your proposed true understanding. As where I'm just trying to understand the logical claim, the truth claim that the others, that what I'm researching is trying to say. And I do not personally have a positive truth claim that I'm comparing it to. And so I could use the multiple truth hypothesis to theoretically compare it to other truth claims, but I'm not judging it against my own truth claim. As where my impression is what you're doing is the opposite, where you don't really have an interest, you just have your own personal truth claim, and it's not really interesting to you to understand accurately what these people are saying.
It's important for me to understand their logic accurately. But we don't define the term logic the same way.
Well, I mean, you mean when you say that, I think you seem to be like making an assessment whether they're right or wrong, as opposed to when
Right
I
and
say,
wrong is something that exists in your paradigm, not mine.
well, no, that's my understanding of your paradigm. That's why I said like I'm not making an assessment of whether any of this stuff is right or wrong. I'm just trying to understand it and
You're making the
navigate.
assessment that I'm making a right or wrong judgment. From my own perspective, it feels like a description. If I was making a right or wrong judgment, I would be more theologically minded, more emotional and moralistic, moralizing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's why if you're kind of like Renault or something like that, or 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 if you feel better being compared to Ashish Delela, where you have a hang up about just trying to understand what these other people said, and then you maybe after a while it's like, well,
You want me to repeat what they said about themselves. I want to assert what they are actually saying. As in,
so their
is it
ideas about,
reasonable to expect that you could separate metaphysics and science? Is that like a epistemically humble claim or not? So yeah, you can see how it's a bit of a can't get past it, you know?
yeah. So we're going like an hour now, and I'm not even sure really like what we accomplished, or and I still feel this kind of like impenetrable barrier that I call like a impending negative energy.
Well, I think maybe boils down to you think I ought to publish in the Western peer review system, and I don't think that about myself. I support you doing it, obviously, and I'm cool with that.
No,
I
I
want to
don't
help.
care whether you publish or not. I'm saying if you wanted to publish, like I'm not even sure honestly whether you have something to publish. Well, no, I mean, so I'm not encouraging you to. I mean, honestly, I don't care whether you write or not.
Yeah,
Or
and it's
publish.
like I think, why do you need to keep saying that?
I'm saying if that's what you're trying to do and you're asking for my help, then I could say that. But if and like no, I don't see that. I'm encouraging you to. I would goal oriented, so it make weekend review more interesting. So like, I'd had.
If you don't believe in me, I'm not sure how you could help me.
Um, what maybe I lost faith in you. I'm not sure. It maybe was related to not going to the Science of Consciousness conference. That I'd had a goal oriented behavior for the past half a year, and then it didn't work out that way, and so now I'm having a difficult time reorienting. So yeah,
I'm really
like
sad and everything
if I
that
if
that
I had a
happened.
progress oriented goal, like I'm gonna go to the science, try to go to the Science of Consciousness conference, maybe try to write a paper and submit it for the, or network and get involved in that community. And so I could say, okay, I've been working on that goal oriented behavior, and it didn't work out that way. So I saw the impediment to that was basically you. So then it was like, okay, so should I
I
continue on
see
that?
it as being you
Should I
choosing not
should I
to
go?
respect my
Should I
personal
continue? Well, I
boundaries.
think should I go continue? Should I reorient a new goal, and then maybe we could that would um, keep purpose or a direction for week in review, or do I have to say remove the impediment to the goal to keep on working toward that goal, and then it's saying, well, if you're the impediment towards what was that previous goal.
You're certainly not the first person who's wanted to blame me for something that they did.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that the goal, that in terms of, well, what is my goal, and so I have to readapt my goal, and then it's saying that what is the relationship? Okay, if you're like my study buddy, or if you're useful in our mutual goals, and then because of the failure of even my own personal failure, is I have to analyze, well, why did I fail on moving towards this goal of going to the Science of Consciousness conference? And when I look, I thought it was just these disastrous conversations I had with you the few times we talked about it.
And they were disastrous because you didn't want to respect my boundary that I don't want people fucking pushing back on me ever in public under any circumstances. If they're going to be in my immediate entourage, no, it's not negotiable. And no, I don't care. No, it's not open for discussion. I'm fine if people don't feel the same way. That's how I feel. Okay. If I made an exception for you, it'd be the first time. So don't take it personal, please.
I didn't ask you to make an exception, but I said that if I goal-oriented behavior for the last few months towards the Science of Consciousness conference, and now I've had to get rid of that goal, and so it's changing the nature of what I've been doing, like my research or week in review, or just my general thought process, and then saying, so how do I continue? Do I try to go towards that original goal, or do we move on with, and then how do I move on with week in review? And then you have the scheduling thing anyways. So how do I move on with week in review with a different goal in mind? Than what is that goal? And I mean, still the goal, like, okay, I'm going to try to eventually write a book on multiple truth hypothesis or something like that. But at this point, I'm not even sure now. So it's just like, well, I kind of just enjoy researching this stuff and talking about it. But then I said, well, I'm not sure. Like, do I enjoy researching? Does it make sense to research and talk about this stuff with you? Because I guess I could just talk about it with myself, or try to find someone else to talk about it with. So I need like some sort of goal-oriented behavior, and that's been removed, and it's causing difficulty, and then it's coming in like and I mean, I guess maybe you're not going to understand it. And
no, I don't think I can really relate to what you, or frankly, I don't want to say anybody's going through, but yeah, I'm a bit of a space cadet, so yeah. I think there was a question.
Really, all I have is kind of like these articles I kind of like want to read and discuss, and that's probably not in line with what you want to do. So
well, that's where you're wrong, because that I would be in line with what I want to do. Because like I said, I like understanding the internal logic of systems. So kind of like, even if you don't agree language conveys meaning, you can still learn a language.
yeah, I mean, that's really my only interest in week in review. So I mean, if you have stuff like Ayurveda interests you, that's fine.
Well, I'm trying to present Shad Darshan to a Western audience, so like logic and stuff, and working out mostly my writing. It's what I'm working on. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, we got someone. Wave Morph says, we both overestimate our own intelligence, knowledge, wisdom, and logic, but underestimate the cultural, human, musical, rhythmical, dialogical, spiritual, moral values. A lot of words there. Sounds like maybe you're saying we're overly intellectualizing things.
No, that's what I guess what I want to do. That's
Yeah, me too. So that's what Wave Morpher said. If we're over intellectualizing, then that's the point of the show. So I don't think it actually impedes morality, but it probably makes me come across as more strict, I guess. So I mean, I agree. I'm not focusing on morality. I don't think focusing on morality is interesting. I think most people find moral arguments kind of tedious. I don't know. And Doovid never really presents anything he says as a moral argument.
well. So what do you want to do? You want to just wrap up? Did you have something you want to present?
Um, I was just mostly working on that one single article that I mentioned before, and then I made some memes too. But
You didn't share it with me or something. You're saying that you did it, but you didn't do it, or you have it.
oh, it's not done, and it's not really succinct enough to be worth sharing. I just kind of have like a basic outline for the structure. I'm going to go and just break consciousness down into three components: matter, boundary, and subject. And then I'm going to hopefully be able to keep it within those three. Not 100% sure, but at least we're not talking about Shad Darshan. And I am going to use atomism, but it'll be really obvious what it is. I'm going to use boundaries, and sort of, in short, it's a souped up version of naive set theory. So just imagine you have a bike, and then all of a sudden you can make it into a Mustang. Be cool. Terrible metaphor, excuse me. All right, looks like we're not done yet. I'll screen share and you can go through this presentation.
Um, well, I have a salad I bought, so um,
yeah, you can have the salad and I can talk for a bit and then you can come back with this.
I
Awesome.
guess, yeah. I mean, I just, I mean that whatever the stuff about Hinduism, just like.
Look, I think what happened with that guy maybe upset you a bit, and it's been a bit whatever. So I'm sorry it happened. I know it had nothing to do with it, and I didn't actually see what it was. And you didn't send me a link, so I figured you didn't really want me to see. But I don't know. You said you unfollowed him, or what? Is that basically it?
I don't follow him. I think it was more my discussion.
I thought you said before you unfollowed Delilah.
No, I didn't unfollow him. I just stopped commenting on his post.
Okay.
And I thought that I basically at the same stand still with you that I am with him, and I think we are actually, but um, I still have interest in. I mean, I guess just like reading these articles. So I mean,
well, the thing is, you think we disagree in a sense that I don't know. It feels like you feel like the fact that we don't agree on this matters, and for me, it's like you and I agree on so many things. This one thing, it's inconceivable that it would matter. Yeah. So why don't you get your salad?
Okay, so I'll just mute and.
Cool. Yeah. Just I'll take over, and it looks like there's a few comments in the chat. So.
I want to just say, Shamish, I did write an article on the multiple truth hypothesis on my blog. There's a book. Yeah, I thought like just like I'd like to write a book, but I do have an article. I'll share it in the chat.
Rationality is so important if applied with openness and probability, says Wave Morpher. Here's one thing I've noticed. Rationality, the good part of it is the structure. The not so good part is this certainty that leads to this foolhardy, everyone's wrong but me. The impossibility that one is wrong is not a good place to be. Conway's Glider wants to know, why does everyone seem to be interested in initiating everyone? I have not noticed that. I haven't noticed that at all, so I have no clue. I really have no clue where what that relates to. Just because, like, you know, the people that maybe do wanna do that, I've met a few, and they're just kinda come across as, uh, LARPers or narcissists or something. Because there's a point where it's performative, and I hate to say that it's really just, oh, you can tell if someone is only willing to speak to you publicly that it's just narcissism, which is not a bad first pass model, but filled rife with inaccuracies. You want to use subjective models, you got to be cool with inaccuracies and realize, like, oh, I'm actually going to get better. It's actually good to use a signal doped with errors. You know, look it up, right? They're getting improvement on the quantum shit by doping it with errors. It's like, hello, beamforming. So, if I had to speculate why people want to initiate people, it is because there's a widespread sense of powerlessness. So, maybe recover some sense of agency or power, self. I don't know what you want to put. Like, okay, I'm okay now. You know, if I can convince other people that I'm cool, maybe I'm okay. You know, the best reason ever for doing. Sorry, best reason someone could ever have for doing something. Huh. That was sarcasm, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious. From a certain point, the pot exists. From another point, the pot doesn't exist. Yeah, let's not quite go there. Sort of understand that. Let's try to keep it into the range where it's good for everybody. The way too mystical stuff just doesn't play, and then the way too harsh stuff also doesn't play. So if we're gonna, create a unity of opposites, I'm not saying never create the unity of opposites. I'm just saying have that example ready to go. Guys, always come back to, like, how clear is the connection between dependent arising and emptiness and whatnot, and is there some way to make the point that emptiness is empty without falling into the same kind of, like, it's trivial, so it's really trivial self-reference, unless there's, somehow so much encoded information that the thing has enough internal energy to, like, negate the fact that it has this logical, what appears to be a logical, it's not a, I mean, you can call it a flaw, but you can sort of just say it's a structural attribute where there's a limitation of certainty for something that's guaranteeing its own validity. So I was thinking, how can we detrivialize this? And I was thinking, like, is it possible to always be in the process of becoming, but never actually being? Is that a contradiction? And I was thinking, I thought it sounded like a contradiction. And then it also seemed viciously circular, or like self trivializing. I don't know how to word it exactly, but there's sort of some forms and structures and logic. You look at them and kind of like, yeah, that's not right. So, but when stuff comes out of research, like when it's just a logical consequence of something, it's like, okay, I just know the metaphysically parsimonious solution is going to be this, even if it's completely incoherent. It's like, I don't care. I'm not the one defining my system on the basis of it having to make sense to agree with something. It can be completely the most counterintuitive stuff you've ever heard, and it's fine. That's not even a consideration. But I did think of an example. I thought, like, can something be becoming more of itself without ever actually becoming itself? So, or sorry, without ever actually being itself. So I have the really only way I think to make this not any different. Like, the point of doing philosophy is to make it not theology, in my opinion. Like, I feel like what I said so far is really only speaking to theology, and or maybe perhaps like an artful, Buddhistic style, atheistic style, but still fundamentally a theological angle. So I try to have a higher standard than that myself. All right, let me just see how everything's going. Said okay, I said network problems, but it looks like it's fine now. Okay, so I had my saving grace because I was gonna just drop it completely. Oh, hang on. I was gonna completely just say that I'm just not gonna mention it because here I think that's better. I think sometimes I have a bit of a struggle when Doovid stops screen sharing. All right. So here's my example as to why it is neither self-trivializing nor self-contradictory. And the quote, I guess you could say counterexample to the obvious criticisms that would come up is it's an accurate description of our personality. So when I was born, I was me. And then as I grew up, I became more myself. And I'm more myself than I was when I was born because I've had all this time in the meantime to become more of myself. And I'm going to be even more myself in the future. But I'm never going to be being myself because there's always some future state that's even more myself I've yet to become, I'm going towards. Anyway, so hopefully that was not nothing. So sometimes to kind of keep myself, I don't know, interested in writing because it's kind of dry. It's like hard to put it in a. I know I always say this, but like a theme or a story arc, hero's journey, as it were. It's like doesn't like you'd have an easier time with Ayurveda, like coming up with some metaphor about demon possession, God forbid, than making this into something into something epic. Hero journeys. Summer says, I did read that article. Since you describe it as simply a mental technique that allowed you to navigate your own life trajectory and make sense of all life's contradictions, then it's not a hypothesis. Well, we're sort of into you can see it's kind of a different style of conversation. Like, I don't know if the audience has noticed that yet, that there's a vibe a conversation takes when there's a definitional regress. And I have to say that fight that Doovid and I had before, like semi-fight, minor disagreement, as it were, was a little more interesting to me than another infinite regress into definitions. Because I don't actually mind regressing in definitions, but why are we doing it? And because Doovid and I don't agree on the purpose of, I guess, like our purpose / epistemic basis, it's always sort of slight possible conflict. Wave more for can't you have a dialogue with Chat GPT? Sure, I can. Chat GPT has been super useful for verifying hypotheses that I can put forward as long as it's in a syllogistic form. It's actually really good at judging logical validity. And by that, I mean it agrees with me. And I tried to get it to do math. And it was so funny, it was completely wrong. It's so confident about it. Whoops, excuse me. It's so confident about itself when it's wrong. It's hilarious. And it got every single one wrong. So that's one thing that'll be interesting to see. That what's always interesting with these technologies is what kinds of errors they make. And then I like to sort of build like profile on the different AI engines. It's like anthropomorphizing their error profiles. Oh well, you looks like you got some support in the chat, dude, but that's good. Um, question of how do I know if I'm part of the club? I do not understand the question. You have the oh my gosh, you have the I just have a really tall cup here. You are you hold the key to, it sounds cheesy, but like if we're talking about the initiation club, you hold the key to that because you're basically saying, yeah, I want to embrace the worldview where initiation's meaningful. Um, Now I don't know if you need to go to the extreme to be like, well, only initiate knowledge is meaningful. Like I don't think you need to go to that extreme right away, but you do need to be like slightly open um to it. No, it's like it's you're thinking a club isn't a subscription model, but it's more like a basis of logic that makes it extremely easy to see if people essentially agree with you or not. So I haven't tried the GPT-4, but there's definitely limitations. Like if I give it a specific instruction, like because it's being so repetitive with these corrections it's offering me, it's like stop mentioning that. It doesn't really do that. So I don't know. I think that there's some pretty obvious improvements that could be made, but at this point, like it's not very useful for what people think it could be useful for, which is start to finish justification, project management, kind of popping out a ready to go instruction. Is there not such a thing as auto initiation? Test me. uh, well, no, the basis of initiation is that it's coming from somewhere else. So the idea with initiation is like the guru principle that there's this thing you want to learn that's going to teach to you. So you have to make yourself into the thing that's going to learn it. So, like I said before, with the key and the lock, get into the quote club. Well, you're the lock and you're the key. So the only auto initiation will be someone who is already tuned to the fundamental frequency of the universe to receive those types of instructions. So probably the notion that one thought that their initiate knowledge could be verified in a YouTube chat may itself be somewhat limiting notion. Not to mention that so the stuff that actually tests for initiate knowledge has like heptuple, triple cross checks because making an error wouldn't be good. And so there's things that you don't have to be all in at the beginning, but when you get the one instance of learning it, okay, get the new perspective. Other instance of learning it, better perspective too. It's like, okay, well, I've got better perspective from learning twice the same thing a third time, more better. It makes sense at a certain point after compound positive influence on clarity of thought to presume, okay, if I eventually just go to the full extreme of this, then it would be the optimized one. Obviously, is that actually true? Well, not really, because biology is the determining factor, but you can see how it all goes together because everything is, ultimately under that same principle. Are YouTube channels not gurus? Well, in the trivial sense, sure, but you are not uh, your own guru because that sort of presumes you have pre-existing knowledge. It's not a good idea to presuppose super sensuous knowledge into a worldview because, uh, see the empty the cup Zen parable. What does that mean? Why did he say that? Well, because when you're full of presuppositions, you can't learn. So, a guru principle, that's transcendent principle. So then the fact of citing a transcendent principle, one asks why is the transcendent principle being cited? And if it's to justify that one hasn't learned from one that one deemed to be a master, well, you haven't done that research. You've presupposed yourself the gatekeeper to your own knowledge, which is not epistemically whatever. I don't know what the right word is, but anyway. It's not impossible because once you have initiate knowledge, it's if you actually embody it as knowledge, if it's on the level of, let's say, like riding a bike, you know what I mean? Yeah, you don't need to be reinitiated. But if you've got the initiate knowledge and you're using it all the time, you accept the principle of it. So I would say you really don't know anything about initiate knowledge if you've only been initiated into one type of thing, because initiate knowledge is not about excuse me, a single initiation. Like, we're all initiated into speaking one language. Some of us were lucky enough to be initiated into how to cook, how to do a bunch of stuff by parents, people who cared about us, and so forth. So we've all had initiate knowledge. So the question is there such a thing as non-initiate knowledge? And, if you're starting from a purely theoretical standpoint, the answer would be no. But then from a practical standpoint, the answer would be yes, because it follows that at some point we've all been initiated to something that we didn't forget. So there's sort of a gray area, but the calibration effect is that you want to really presuppose as little knowledge as possible so that you can then absorb as much knowledge as possible, which is the whole empty the cup thing. So yeah, I had so much fun with these memes, and I just have this I'm addicted to this kind of shitty. It's not the best. Like, the Mid Journey is the best one. It's so good. But I'm just hooked on the, I don't want to say intentionally shitty memes, but okay, impressionist art. Okay, it wasn't as good. It really wasn't as good in the sense of realism as what came before it, but then still took off. So I figure, why not just invent this new style, which is layers, which is a secret teaching angle, which is, if you can layer stuff together, you can understand kind of how Photoshop layers works. And then if you can express something as a function of layers, you can automate that task. So people are interested learning about AI, new thing, good to learn about. Gets less scary if you learn about it. And it's pretty fun. And then of course there's the line drawings. They're pretty bad. It looks like the Michelin Man. So we'll see. This cat was taken out of a Fernando Botero painting, which is the artist who did the Why Though meme. So if you're not familiar with that meme, it's the letter Y space THO. And it's one of those memes that doesn't really mean anything. It's more contextual. It's just like, if someone says something that makes no effing sense, you throw that meme down and it sort of contextualizes that, I don't know what you're talking about. And so I thought, why should only one of this artist's pieces be memorialized when there's such an amazing example of another one? Do you want to take back over, Doovid? I could still yak for a bit about my super fun, awesome time appearing on what ended up being a T Jump stream, but started out as a philosophical plebeian's interview of Antonio Wolf. But did you want to talk about philosophy of mathematics there?
Uh, yeah, that was the main thing I wanted to talk about. Um, just on the concept of initiation, that subject interests me. Um, you could abstract the concept of initiation to look at like the acquisition of any form of knowledge or public organization to call it initiation, or you could look at like a Freemasonic cultic approach to initiation that has certain guideline principles, or like the Joseph Campbell's hero's journey that has some level of initiation where you get wisdom, um, some sort of special wisdom that allows you to become the hero. But generally, initiation is has certain principles, some sort of ceremony conducted by people, some form of secrecy, uh, some sort of agreement to secrecy. I mean, not all these are always required, and a series of privileges and responsibilities that come along with it. So to say, if you're in a cult, if you want, why do you want to initiate people? Because you want to recruit people into your cult, and why you want people in your cult. But I mean, cults, if you want to affect the world, bigger organization, belief sector could be okay, like you have to just chant, you get like initiated into the Hare Krishnas, like you have to chant your name, you have to say certain special mantras for your guru. Maybe you don't actually have to do anything besides the behavioral vows of like joining religion. You have to agree to keep the rules as opposed to an authoritative leadership. Theoretically, in the mystery cults like the ancient Greek, Egyptian, Babylonian, you were initiated by the deity. So the initiate, even like in the Hare Krishnas, you're initiated in front of the deities. You get initiated by the gurus, but some like you're being initiated by the deity, and it's just a ceremony that the priest and people carry out, but it's actually the deity who's initiating you. So in that extent, like you could get initiate. Usually, initiation means into some sort of cult or secret society, and it'll have those the basic elements of secrecy, of certain pledges and certain responsibilities and privileges that come along with it. Like you join the cult and there'll be certain privileges within the cult, like I compared that last time, like to the keys. Like you get uh, privileges to certain public spaces and position in those public spaces, or benefits, and then also communal responsibilities. And then you have some sort of secretive knowledge, like about the internal cult leadership of that. Without initiation, you probably wouldn't have been revealed. Uh, you could abstract from that outside of human structures being initiated by God, by some sort of spiritual force itself. Like okay, you went to the temple and you got initiated by the deity without it being facilitated by a secret society of people, or you just had some sort of enlightenment experience, and you could compare that to some sort of initiation that would have the element where now you have new privileges and responsibilities. And like, what does it mean to have privileges that you conceivably through your enlightenment that you've took upon yourself certain responsibilities, and through the realizations that you function at a higher level that gives you certain privileges. And on a third level, you could abstract to the new computer era, where it's like an access code, where you don't necessarily need like a Masonic structure where you have degrees and a ceremony that's conducted by people, but it's a computer that, like the matrix of some sort. But you could even say realities of the internet computer age where you've reached the higher level and it's bequeathed upon you the privileges and responsibilities by the computer. Now you have higher levels of access, and they're factual, like because the computer has given you higher access. And you know, like for example, like in the now Amazon age, where it's like I work for my computer, and you know, like eBay or something like that. You know, like I'm obviously I'm selling to other people, but like I reached a new seller level, the money goes straight into my bank account. I could order things with the money, and maybe if I reach a certain seller level, that I have new responsibility, like I have to get all my shipments out, or I have to offer free returns, or you know the various things and certain privileges, and you know it could be a rate, it could be access to certain information. So you know it's interesting to theoreticize a computer, uh, a purely computer based initiation process. Um, but usually almost all initiations occur within a secret society, and there's the basic element of secrecy and you know being part of a cult that would give you information to the inner workings of the cult through initiation, and part of the initiation is the acceptance of responsibility, and that would be balanced out with some sort of privileges that you accessed through accepting that responsibility. And that you know so Hinduism is just one system that has initiation, but you know the Freemason, you could consider Judaism, Christianity, you could consider all systems. Hinduism usually has formal initiation, as opposed to conversion. That
Hinduism is super broad tent. Like, I don't think you need to be initiated to convert, because I think you could just say it's a reversion. You know, if you go back far enough, that's what we all were. So it's just that. I'm fine with that. I think
well, the
if
question are you,
if there's a matter of actually consciously converting, maybe it is important for there to be some acknowledgement of a guru principle. But it's always sort of
well, I'm
patchy
making the
or
point that
sketchy to want to formalize these things due to the risks associated with them.
Hinduism is a blanket term that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but generally to say within the system of Hinduism, you don't really convert to Hinduism, you become initiated. And so you're initiated. So like, oh, like I'm a Hare Krishna. What does it mean? Like I chant Hare Krishna occasionally. I believe in elements of the philosophy. Or saying, no, you're an initiated devotee. And
I don't think it's meaningful of a conversion until you accept enlightenment principles slash
there's no
that at some
concept of a
point you want to
conversion.
be enlightenment. You want to be enlightened at some point. Those two things I think is a main for a Westerner why they would convert and how.
Well, that's a why, but it's saying the process wise that most of the Hindu streams have some form of initiation, and the initiation is the acceptance of a guru and some sort of pledge of behavior that you probably has some sort of privileges with you know a pre-existing cult where you will all of a sudden have status within the cult. So you could go to a Hindu temple, you could follow some of their practices, but you're not really part of it till you get initiated. And when you're initiated, uh, you know then it's like a secret society, and you could call that a conspiratorial view. I wouldn't even say because in the West you consider secret societies um, conspiratorial, but you operationally Hinduism to some extent like operates as a secret society based on initiation rites, and you only become part of it through entering the secret society through initiation. Um, you could give some comparison to that. You could even claim it's an equal one-to-one comparison with baptism or some conversion rites within Christianity or Judaism. You know, in Judaism, they wouldn't refer to it as initiation, they would refer to it as a conversion, but it could be in technological or abstraction that there's no difference between converting to Judaism and, so to say, getting initiated into, uh, you know, Hindu lineage, or so to say, converting to um, Catholicism. Then there's love like Christianity, like, okay, well, did you accept Jesus Christ onto your heart? And so the level to say, well, it's personal. You got baptized. There's a priest who maybe ducked you under the water, uh, but it was between you and your personal acceptance of Jesus Christ, as opposed to Catholicism, where it's kind of like joining a secret society in line with Hinduism, where there's a formal initiation, comparable like Orthodox Judaism or Judaism, is formal conversion process, and you might even be required to take vows in front of the public, and that would be more than like a Protestant form that would use the same word of conversion. Hinduism also uh, there's wide varieties of initiation, to some level where you have to like voluntarily make yourself a slave to the guru, to like all you had to do was like you like bow down, get a flower garland, and say a mantra, and like now you're a member. So it could be like that, like for internet, like I say, like internet initiation, like, okay, what do you got to do for a wrench? And like, so one channel, could be like you just randomly got the wrench, or you're nice in the chat, or one thing you had to go through some sort of like, okay, like it's a secret society, and there's going to be like a Discord call, everyone's going to show their face, and you're going to like, all of a sudden they're going to tell you who these people are, and you're going to have to like make some sort of vow, um, to the level where we talked about last time, like Freemasonry or like the mafia, where it could even be like blood in, blood out, where the level of secrecy would be, initiation is blood in, blood out, like in a mafia style, where God forbid, like a gang or something, you have to kill someone to be a member, or the only way out is death. To the level of secret, what type of secrets are you being revealed? So at the level of the but the general overall structure of initiation is rather generic, and you could say applies to anything. That's why I was mentioning the comparison to like even a hospital or an employment firm. But it's a very interesting topic, and the general topic of abstraction levels of using the abstraction to apply it to even any form of wisdom acquisition.
Great. Did you want to read this module?
The what? You put something up there?
Well, you've got introduction of. No, it's your thing that's up there right now.
No, you got something up there. I don't know, like wind, fire.
Well, right now, what I'm looking at is George Polia's contribution to
Okay.
Lakato's philosophy of
But you had something
mathematics.
else up. You had something else up on the screen, whatever that was. Um, Someone put this in my chat real quick. This multiple realizability. I think maybe I've mentioned that it's a form of modular mind, multiple realizability contention about the mental is that given a psychological kind can be realized by many distinct physical kinds, by different brain states in earthly biological pain bearers. Um, so it's an interesting concept in philosophy of mind, multiple realizability. Someone messaged it to me somewhere. I'm not sure if you've heard of this or.
No, but it's interesting because there was a substantive revision in 2020.
Yeah, it's a modern. I mean, it might have some origins going back decades. Um, Many philosophers have asserted that a wide variety of physical properties, states, or events share no features in common at that level of description, can all realize the same state. This thesis served as a premise for most influential argument against early theories that identified mental states with brain states. Um, Something could be like a multiple paths type thing that there's, but if you're looking for like neural states, to say that there's multiple neuronal path rates that could cause the same state, or the opposite. But it's an interesting concept. I'm not remembering offhand who shared that. I had a few things like I'd mentioned George. I'd mentioned Poliani the other week. I don't know if you remember. I was mentioning Michael Poliani, who came up with tacit knowledge, and is one of the more prominent philosophers of science. And then there's also George Polya, who wrote the famous book How to Solve It, and is an important philosopher of mathematics and also a mathematician, at least for a previous era. So I had some slides on that, um, and a few articles. I actually had some songs. I prepared a song this week and do a song. Um, have you
Like
heard
to
of the
sing it?
Have you heard of the Bengals?
Um, no. You're gonna sing the song? That what you gonna do?
Yeah.
Yay!
So the Bengals. I had this. Have you heard the song "Walk Like an Egyptian"?
Yes. Were they a one-hit wonder?
No, they're actually one of the more popular '80s bands. So the Bengals. Um, I was actually going to sing their other song. They have "Walk Like." They have an "Eternal Flame." They had another song, "Manic Monday." Maybe like just another manic Monday.
Yeah, I've heard
Uh,
that
we,
one too.
so that so the Bengals were an interesting band. It actually has like a little like the high birth, low birth. Um, it's actually a Jewish woman, Susanna Huff, was from like Los Angeles, and so to say, took kind of like high birth. And then there was other band members that were more musicians, the Peterson sisters, and I mean they were somewhat musically talented. Susanna Huff, the lead singer, is relatively. I mean, she's got a nice voice, good training, um, but they're not super great musicians. And most of the songs were written by other people. So it kind of like a commercial band where like they thought it'd be popular to have like a woman rock pop style band. And so like Manic Monday was actually written by Prince. It's a Prince song, but for whatever reason he gave it to the Bengals to sing. Walk Like an Egyptian was written by a songwriter, Liam Sternberg, who tried giving the song to multiple people and like sold the song and chose the Bengals. And it's an interesting song. Uh, and the uniqueness of it had a dance to it too. So I remember I was young, like very young. I think when the song came out, "Walk Like an Egyptian" came out in like 1986, 1987. It had like a dance, and I think in the diversity sense, like that was before people would have known many Egyptians. So like the lead singer being Jewish or something like, but so I was thinking like hieroglyphics. So like I'm not sure if do you remember the "Walk Like an Egyptian" dance?
Well, yeah. It's like I don't know how to describe it.
I mean, it's like because on
Anti-symmetric folded elbows.
yeah, because on the hieroglyphics, the hands of the Egyptians are like have like the hand down like this.
Yeah,
So
there's
like the
symbolic
dance would
walking
be
hand.
like like this. I mean, so it was like it's a kind of silly dance of just like walk like an Egyptian, put your hands like this, and it became a pretty popular song. It's one of the top songs from the '80s, um, and it's an interesting chorus because the chorus is actually lower than the lead into the chorus. It's in B, the song. Um, All the old paintings on the tombs, they do the sand dance, don't you know? If they move too quick, oh, hey, oh, they're falling down like a domino. All the bazaar men by the Nile, they got the money on a bet. Crocodiles, oh, hey, oh, they snap their teeth on your cigarette. Foreign types with their hookah pipes saying ayo, ayo, ay. Walk like an Egyptian. Walk like an Egyptian. So for whatever reason, I had this song came into my head this week, and it's interesting because the chorus is actually lower than the lead into the chorus, and maybe it's like a sign of the time. Like you think of like the walk like an Egyptian is a retro to previous times, so as opposed to going higher, it's lower. So I thought that was a cute song. It has a few verses. You remember that song?
Are you saying the descendo after the way oh? That's like going down as a sign of a throwback to the old days somehow?
Well, I'm interpreting because I'm saying almost always choruses are higher than the regular part. So walk like an Egyptian is an anomaly where the chorus is actually on a lower note when you like all the bum 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 bum, and then the chorus is lower. Walk like an Egyptian. So most songs, almost like 95% of songs, the chorus is higher than the lead up to it. So I was just guessing because it's like retro, like walk like an Egyptian is like somehow that there's a connection that to the lyrics and the line of walking like an Egyptian that's lower, it's not higher. Um, but they had another song, and it's actually, I think it's like considered one of the 100 greatest love songs ever, and it's actually musically a pretty good song. I think it's in G minor. It could almost be an operatic song, "Eternal Flame." So I don't know. I mean, you probably heard this song. Uh, it's one of the most famous love songs of the '80s. I saw like a lot of people would list "Eternal Flame" as one of the top 100 love songs, and like the other songs, it's not written by them. It was written by a composer, and like the Bangles were kind of like a commercial band. That's why I mentioned the lead singer was like Jewish from Los Angeles, and her mother was like an actress of some sort. So it was, I don't call it commercialized, uh, but it was like a studio made band where I mean they had musical talent and she was a good singer, but the songs were written by other people and they were purposely hyped up for commercial success by the record label. So Eternal Flame, the lead singer has a very unique voice, not almost like the woman from Jefferson Airplane. I think we did this song a few months ago. Uh, Nothing's gonna stop us now, and she had a very distinctive voice. But Susanna Hoff of the Bangles also has a pretty um, distinctive voice and kind of like a also like a distinctive Jewish nasal voice. But Eternal Flame, it's a pretty good song. I was listening to it, and because like Walk Like an Egyptian came into my mind as like, oh, are they one hit wonder? And it looked like no, actually they had a few other hits, and this song Eternal Flame was probably more popular than Walk Like an Egyptian, and it's actually listed as one of the greatest love songs. And this song's musically uh, a pretty good musical composition. It could almost be like a opera song, and you're like an opera singer, and it has the classical uh, style where it gets higher and higher and even hits the high C at the end. So close your eyes, give me your hand, darling. Do you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Or is this burning in eternal love? I believe it's meant to be, darling. I watch you when you're sleeping. You belong to me. Do you feel? Sorry, she had a hard voice to replicate. I think I apologize. I was off key. But do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Or is this burning an eternal flame? And she had a hard voice to replicate. And it's almost like operatic song. It's actually a pretty good song. Say my name, sun shines through the rain. I apologize, it's off key. It's a hard song to replicate. So not going to be able to do the Eternal Flame, but it's a popular song. I'm not sure if you recognize that song, but that's one of
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
my rendition, or are you saying you recognize the song?
I recognize the song and I don't like it. That's your rendition was fine.
Do you feel? Yeah. So yeah, I was thinking of the um, Walk Like an Egyptian. Then it reminded me of that song. So, but that's actually a pretty good song, and it said it's usually written in. And I was actually looking. I saw the Bengals are still around, so they're in their 60s and they're still touring. They broke up for like 10 years, and they're actually still around and touring. Okay, so let's look at George Polya's contribution to Lakato's philosophy of mathematics. And I saw these slides I'd shared last week. The Lakatos Centennial Conference in London. I actually watched through it all, and this guy said like he had slides, and um, so here he's talking about the influence of Polya on Lakatos, and he's got he did research, and they had like correspondence, and he looks into it, and um, so there's actually letters that they sent back and forth to each other, and they're contemporaries of Popper and Kuhn. So when when Thomas Kuhn came out with his um, Structure of Scientific Revolutions book, they had a conference to critique Thomas Kuhn and his Structure of Scientific Revolutions, and some of the speakers were like Popper, Kuhn, Polya, Feyerabend, a few other names, like a lot of the big names in um, the science of philosophy. And I think Thomas Kuhn had like I forget the exact line he said, but you would say there's two Thomas Kuhns. There's him, and then there's the one that was being critiqued by these other people. Uh, but Polya had um, let me see at the end if it has some sort of this is just like an overview of his correspondence between Lakatos and Polya. Um, but let me see. I thought it had, I apologize. I think it had something useful that I wanted to say here. But polio is important for like proof theory and the axiomization, and Lakatos also is one of the big names in philosophy of science and axiomization. And Feyerabend is one of the biggest critics in this of the scientific method. Hilbert and von Neumann ruined physics, which apparently no one is prepared to swallow, despite my splendid arguments. Main point: the formally. So he can't even read the. This is from his letter, and I guess the guy can't even read his handwriting. So here I just at the end the argument. Polo hoped second generation Popperians would help develop his heuristics research program, just as Max Planck and Albert Einstein hoped the Vienna Circle and Berlin Circle philosophers such as Moritz Schlicht, Hans Reichenbach, and Karl Popper would develop philosophy of physics. Polya became more skeptical of Hilbert's formal logics program through his career. He hoped Lakatos' philosophy would help his program. I believe Lakatos' quasi empirical philosophy of mathematics, polya heuristics, is modern and still progressive. Arguments discuss Feyerabend's criticism of formalisms in physics, gives modern examples. My argument is effectively testifying from my experience as a Stanford undergraduate. Uh, so a little timeline. So Polya is basically the critic of Hilbert's axiomization product. So Polya is coming to push back from Hilbert's axiomization that we were talking about last week. Last week in review. I hadn't looked at this since for like over a week, but that's why I brought this up because last week we were talking about Hilbert's attempt to axiomatize physics, of which Polya is one of the biggest critics. So 1920, Polya named and introduced the central limit theorem of probability. It was based on the work of Abraham de Moivre from 1733. 1926, Paul Finsler criticizes the Hilbert formalization research program, showing inconsistencies and incompleteness of logic outside of Hilbert program without any reference to any particular logical system. 1945, Polya publishes How to Solve It, also publishes Mathematics and Plausible Reasoning. I have Polya's How to Solve It. My dad gave me that one. 1950s, Polya helped a fellow Hungarian philosopher of science with a thesis topic. Polya seemingly felt his quasi-empirical mathematics research program was not understood as needed assistance from philosophers who could discuss method. Polya encourages and taught Lakatos. 1969, Finsler defined a continuum for which the continuum hypothesis is true, contradicting Dana Scott's proof. Paul Bernays published a paper discussing Finsler's proof. Late 1960s, Lakatos and other philosophers of science studied mathematical logic as induction. Probably easiest to understand expressions of Polya's program is Feyerabend's defense of classical physics. The program ends as Polya ages and Lakatos dies in 1974. Polya explains his hopes for the progress Lakatos would have made in correspondence with John Watkins in the mid 70s. So, in the introduction to Proofs and Refutations, some mathematicians believe while the method of proof analysis described by Lakatos may be applicable to the study of polyhedra, it may be inapplicable into real mathematics. I disagree with this statement, and in For and Against Method, Feyerabend writes, I will criticize all theoreticians of science, but by all I mean, of course, only those who count Popper-Kuhn, Lakatos, the anti-Kuhn Lakatos, and the anti-Carnap and Karl-Popper Lakatos. And three examples show why quasi-empirical mathematics is modern. In the 1967 Feyerabend letter on physics to Lakatos, Feyerabend says von Neumann logic ruined physics. Feyerabend did not know that in the early 1950s, von Neumann agreed quantum logic was wrong. An example for modern algorithmic quasi-empiricism is mathematics. The Dedekind cut definition of real numbers is not the same as the Cantor definition because the Cantor definition requires an equivalence class computation. There are more than one possible definitions of unknown state in three-value logic, which is best quasi-empirical questions. So those weren't even that good. I just because there were slides. I had three articles. So Paul Feyerabend came up a lot in my readings this week, and he's a huge critic of the philosophy of the scientific method, and even the claim of scientific models. So in the term of like Jennifer saying like, okay, she has a model and it makes predictions. Um, so there's model theory, and I covered the introduction to model theory on my stream this week. And so there's disputes within the philosophers of science and mathematics of what makes a scientific model, what makes a model at all. And one of the things that is a dispute is whether there's intrinsically something different about a scientific model from any model. And Feyerabend represents like the extreme school that says like there's no such thing as a scientific model. That even Jennifer claiming, no, it's scientific because it makes predictions. To say that most of the people would disagree with Jennifer, like, no, that's not enough. Having a model that makes predictions is not enough to be scientific. There's more qualifications that could include the logical or mathematization or a target system. Um, and then there's even further than, to the left of Jennifer, so to say, that would be all models are scientific, so to say. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, my map of Israel is just as scientific as any other, like population genetic or physical theory. A model's a model, in the term that it's a representation of a target. Um, Let me just show this because um, I covered this in depth. If anyone wants to, I read through almost the whole article on oh, sorry, I apologize. On model theory. That's in part two. My part two of the philosophy of science, and um, oh, I didn't share the link to it in there. So it's on scientific representation on the Stanford Library, and no, I think, oh, I apologize. If you want to say
It's
something
fine.
real quick, I'm trying to find my um
Yeah, take your time. That's cool. I can flip over. I hope somebody is. I'm not going to do this because I just feel like I'm going to agitate the guy, but the whole I'm going to give a shit that things contradict each other according to the A not A paradigm, but also assert that quantum fields somehow aren't self contradicting. I'm sorry, but if a square circle isn't a thing, and I've pointed out numerous times that that assertion isn't the issue. The issue is what the fudge does that analogize to? And as far as I'm concerned, a quantum field, that's a contradiction. Okay. For the same reason that a circle isn't a square. It's just that these things are happening in a higher dimension. Normally, when there's no asserted structure, I guess it's just assumed to be 3D, but it's pretty clear. If you take a 3D approximation, quantization is a discreteness. And it's a particular type of discreteness, not just generic discreteness, which is sort of a simplified signal processing type of decomposition, but quantization implies a certain structure on what's being individuated. And then a field is a continuous object. So unless it's clear as to how these two seemingly contradictory things could coexist, i.e., you have this object that's three-dimensional, and then when you do the projection on the one side, you get a square. Projection on the other side, you get a circle. Okay, you can see that when you bring it into this one context, it's not a contradiction, but the it not being a contradiction is the exception, not the rule, because there's this like surface level self contradiction that like I just want to see if anyone can get him to admit that this is an Aristotelian contradiction, and also, furthermore, more importantly, that it doesn't actually matter that there's a paradigm level contradiction. That the absence of paradigm level contradictions isn't a coherency entailment, if you will. All right, how's it going, Doovid?
Okay, I pulled it up. So, just, so this is the basic to model theory, and goes back to what Jennifer was saying, like, oh, but I have a model that makes predictions, and well, so what does that mean in terms? Well, what if I have a model and it doesn't even make predictions? Why is that? Where's the break off for what's considered scientific?
Well, you
And
could
so,
argue that like every single conceptualization we have suffices to can be described as a model, and then you say, well, we're We're all modeling stuff, and some models might be scientific, and we can talk about what that means. But I guess you'd have to accept the premise that what we're doing is modeling from the subjective perspective.
Yeah, so model theory is a field of mathematics, and then there's a different within the philosophy of mathematics in terms of the philosophy of scientific representation. So we say a scientific model M represents a target system T. On the simplest version, that's all it is. A scientific model represents a target system. And so, so to say, like, I like
Who
say,
said
well, this,
that? Who said that though?
well, there's a series. I mean, there's a bunch of names or periods of different philosophers of science. But I just say, for example, this cup represents Jupiter, and like this is my scientific model. Well, what does it do? Well, it doesn't do anything. This cup represents Jupiter, though. It's my scientific model. And so you could argue, well, okay, that's a scientific model. Your cup represents Jupiter. Um, but you say like, no, I
Well,
mean,
you could say it's a model, not a scientific model. You could say, okay, you want to model Jupiter with a cup, fine. Most people won't do that, but I could see why you might, in the very limited number of cases where it makes sense, perhaps in a game of beer pong, to model a planet with a cup.
yeah. So the most extreme scientific criticism says there's nothing model is simply uh, the representation of a target system. That's all a model is, and that's all a scientific model. There's no difference between any model where X or whatever represents something else. Like a Dow represents my grandma, or M, or force or some complicated mathematical model represents a material phenomenon. Um, to formalize a more intense, so say a scientific model M represents a target system if and only if there is an agent A. You could specify that agent A as a scientist. I mean, saying a scientific model is a model because it was made by a scientist. So say like a model is a model, but a scientific model is a model because it was made by a scientist. But for here, just say that a scientific model M represents a target system T if and only if there was an agent A who uses the model to represent the target system by proposing a theoretical hypothesis H, specifying an isomorphism between the structure of the model and the structure of the target. And you could add more steps in it, but in some sense, if you say, well, the model is, it could be the question of, okay, what you have a physical model or a metaphysical model. So if you have a mathematical representation, so like, okay, Jennifer has the quantum periodic table, and so you could have a metaphysical quantum periodic table, or you could have a physical quantum periodic table.
It may not be coherent for there to be a physical periodic table because it's not physical. It's the components of the periodic table that physicality, not the totality of it. I mean, you could use that. It's obviously wrong, but you could argue that if you didn't mind being wrong. Just saying. A lot of times we have to be wrong in this type of logic first, and then once we're wrong, we see, oh, okay, that's why we have to do this way. It's called neti-neti. So swinging between incorrect presuppositions is somewhat part of the plan at times.
Yeah. So for Popper, he calls like the demarcation problem in general, like for science in general, Popper says falsification is the demarcation, the borderline between science and non-science. For modeling, there's a demarcation for modeling, and some people say, well, only physical models are models, metaphysical models are not models. So Jennifer has an actual like clay model of the quantum periodic table. That's an actual model versus some sort of mathematical representation that's not an actual model. So that's the demarcation problem of demarking boundaries of what's a model or not, or what's a scientific model or not, and then how do you define what a scientific model is. So you say, well, it's a model that usually a model means it has to have a target system. So if you say like Ayurveda is a model of the human,
It's a set of models, actually.
what's the target system? The target system is the human body
The
or the
mind body.
dualistic.
The mind body as a single entity.
But just saying the combination of the non-physical mind and the physical body, or the mind and body is one physical unit, or is it proposing a dualistic system where it's a model of a non-physical mind and a physical body?
Everything's a mental process. So matter is considered to be the most gross aspect of mind. It's part of mind. So you could say, well, yeah, you have to model it as dualism. It's effectively dualism because a beginner can't tell the difference or
Well,
can't
target
see the
system.
unity of mind and matter. And it
I
makes
mean,
sense to say, well, yeah, there's a dualism there, but then it's a temporary dualism that eventually the way that I work it out is this single substance of the mind and matter existing as a gross manifestation of that.
okay, so if you're going to include the level where it has a hypothesis, and a hypothesis makes predictions, and a hypothesis makes measurable predictions, and so what's the target? So Ayurveda, the target is that's going to be measured is the physical body.
No, it's only the mind that's going to be measured, and it's going to be measured through the body.
But
Measuring
I'm
the
saying
mind through the body is the way to do it that is the most respectful because it
the
offers the most.
prediction of something that's going to be measured, and I mean, so scientifically, you say that only physical phenomenon could be measured. So if it's Ayurvedian, it's talking about the body, the measurement would have to be some physical property.
Nadi pariksha, which is not really physical, it's mental, but it's measured
But then
through
it has to be
physicality.
then it has to be self-reported.
Well, no, it's how your blood pressure is. See, remember, it's only mental processes. There's no matter in this system. It's just mind. The matter is an artifact of mind in this model.
Yeah, you
So
don't have to explain to me Ayurveda, but it's just trying to, for the purpose of how it'd be put into this model structure, is the prediction would have to be something that's measurable, and mind is not measurable. Only the output of mind is measurable. Physical phenomena are measurable. So if it's something like blood pressure, heartbeat, in terms of a useful prediction. So
yeah, blood pressure. It's
if the
called
model
nadi
predicts
pariksha.
that your blood pressure could be measured by a third party objective uh, person. It could be, so to say, tested on like a double blind trial or something on a person where the end outcome would be a prediction that this is going to be the person's blood pressure measurement.
Well, they're not measured, they're classified into categories. And then those categories are indicative of classes of illnesses.
Yeah, but so if you just would say that, like, no, Ayurveda will not be able to give a prediction that will be capable of being physically measured, like, so to say, this will be the expected blood pressure measurement, or this will be the expected temperature, or something that's capable of being physically measured in terms of model theory.
Is a headache something that can be physically measured?
Generally, no. Headaches are
Yeah,
self-reported
so
pain.
obviously in your system, the subject
Not
is
my system.
not part of the scientific process. In the system that you're using to justify your claims, it is implied that the subject is apart from the matter of science.
Where you're talking about something that's subjective being self-reported. So if
Mm-hmm.
it's a pain measurement
We
where a
don't
person,
consider subjective stuff to be non allowed to be non scientific.
Well, you're now just using the word scientific when I'm talking about a model. That how do you classify what type of, so in model theory, then you're going to have the demarcation problem. That would be, why has Ayurveda been demarcated in Western science as non-scientific, in terms of, because it doesn't make measurable predictions, or it doesn't follow what would they call scientific medicine. So I mean, this has already been, um, so to say, determined by medicine bodies in the West. When
Mm.
you're just talking hypothetically of a model, you say, well, obviously Ayurveda is a model, but can it be put into? And then you talk about the demarcation problem of what's the difference between a scientific model and a non-scientific model. And so there's various schools, and so I mentioned like Feyerabend, who would be even to the left of Jennifer, and to say there's no such thing as a scientific model. All models are scientific. Like a little kid's coloring book or
I'm
imagination
saying the opposite of
is
that.
is
I'm saying maybe no model is scientific. That's where we would start with. If we were going to model stuff as being models, then we would start with all the models being non-scientific.
well, so that's what's classically they call the demarcation problem in model theory. And you could create a logical structure for a model, and then it could, pass, so to say, the scientific rigor of the scientific method, that the model would be uh, reproducible and through experiment of a third party, through some sort of predictive measurement, objective measurement. And
Yeah.
so
So
it's the
we're
point.
never going
The
to
point.
agree
The
on
point
this as
about,
long as you think that subjectivity is somehow excluded from science.
what I think doesn't matter.
Well, that's the point of view you're representing. So it does matter that you think that this stuff is right.
Well, I mean, right or wrong is, I mean, you're talking like a truth value or a moral.
I'm not talking about moral stuff
So that's
here.
why I'm reducing it to model theory in the demarcation problem, and to say that you could demarcate some level of the distinction of what is a scientific model versus just a model. And so say like, well, a model that makes predictions could be demarcated as scientific or could be demarcated as unscientific. In terms of Western medicine, um, just a model that makes predictions is not enough to be demarcated as scientific medicine, according to the Medical Association. You could disagree with that
Sure.
demarcation, but just in terms of model theory, that that you could clearly say that there is a
There
clear
are a lot
difference.
of bad applications. I'm not endorsing every application of Ayurveda any more than I'm endorsing
I'm not
any
asking you to
all the
defend. You're
interpretations of
too into
Hinduism.
your defense of Ayurveda. It's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. I was talking about
I'm
the
talking to the
nature of the
audience.
model. Yeah, because but I'm saying you're getting off subject by like preaching Ayurveda. I'm just talking about the nature. We didn't even have to
I'm
bring up
sorry. I'm going to
Ayurveda.
clarify my opinions where I think it's important. Okay, please try not to take it personally.
Well, I didn't even mean, I shouldn't even have brought up Ayurveda then. I was just mentioning the model theory and the demarcation problem, and how um, it's a dispute among philosophers of science of the demarcation of models, and the main purpose of the demarcation in model theory is the separation of science and pseudoscience. And one of those things that currently, is the matter of dispute is, so to say, that Ayurveda has been demarcated as pseudoscience. But it doesn't mean that it's not a model that doesn't make predictions. That's because the demarcation problem has caused a list of requirements to modeling in order to demarcate it as science. And having a model that makes predictions is not enough to make it scientific. And so the current classification, it could still be pseudoscience if it's a model that makes predictions. So I went over this clearly in my public study session. And so to say, Paul Feyerabend is one of the critics that would agree even more with Jennifer than even further on her point in
Well, if he was,
rejection
I mean,
in
I thought we're saying
totality
the opposite
of
of
the
things.
demarcation problem.
I thought he was saying the opposite of me because he was saying every theory is scientific. I'm saying no theory is scientific.
But he's rejecting the demarcation problem in totality. That you can't actually demark between scientific and non-scientific theories. So I mean, if Jennifer is saying like, yeah, that you could that you can demark between, you can make a demark.
I'm saying you might be able to.
Between,
we should take
for her,
all the theories to be
for her,
wrong.
it just means having a model that makes predictions.
And in mine, it means no. It means arbitrary precision predictions.
Or saying, I mean, a model that makes predictions that
arbitrary precision. So I, based on like if I want to go down to 1% distribution, to be scientific for me, I need enough ways to decompose the system that I can get to arbitrary precision on my target data set. So it's quite complicated for something to actually be scientific, but whatever. We don't have to go into all that.
You're demarcating it by the accuracy of the predictions. And so I mean, you're actually saying something different. So a scientific model is.
I don't actually disagree. Just hold on for 1 minute. I don't disagree that a scientific model may require more than just predictive, validated predictions, but I think that's the most important attribute of a scientific model. I'm willing to talk about what the other considerations are, but I'm not willing to say that I'm going to stop considering that as the most important aspect of science.
Well, you're also saying something different, also saying that a scientific model does not have to be accurate to be a scientific model. You have a scientific model that's inaccurate, it's still a scientific model. And that's, so the scientific method validates.
You have to get into what it means for something to be accurate.
Yeah, but saying that to be a scientific model generally would mean that it'd be subjectable to experimental and testing. However, just because something, so to say, you could test a scientific model and it could be shown to be inaccurate and rejected, but it doesn't mean that it's still not a scientific model. It's just a scientific model that's inaccurate and was rejected, but it didn't lose its classification of being a scientific model. So if you're claiming that it's scientific because it's accurate, that I'm also making a distinction that the scientific.
We haven't discussed what it even means for something to be accurate. We haven't actually gotten to the point where we can agree on what it means for something to be accurate.
There's a false scientific model and there's an accurate scientific model, but a false scientific model is still a scientific model.
Again, you have to define false.
What meaning? Say that if you wanted to, because if you wanted to demarcate a scientific model, just say it's a model that makes testable predictions.
Not just testable, but the predictions have to be right. That's the whole point of it. They have to be. They have to tell you something you didn't already know.
No, you're saying something important, but you're improperly defining.
Okay, that's my view. I'm not speaking for
being
Western whatever. This is my view.
You're incorrectly explaining the Western model. It doesn't have to be accurate.
I'm not trying to describe the Western model here. So go ahead and describe the Western model.
If you're just thinking out loud for whatever reason that you want to think out loud, I'm making a distinction that's important, is that the scientific model has nothing to do with accuracy. You could have a false scientific, inaccurate, you want to say false or inaccurate scientific model. You could have an accurate scientific model. It's still an inaccurate scientific model is still a scientific model.
So we're just talking about two different things when we say scientific.
Well, that's the question of the demarcation problem. So if you're going to demark when something's scientific or not, But I mean, generally, the demarcation of scientific model is not its accuracy. I mean, it's like if it's a scientific model,
According to who? Like chemistry is chemistry because of its accuracy, in my opinion, and nothing else.
yes, that's the importance of the scientific process in the scientific method, that you have hypotheses and models, and if they're subject to the scientific method, they're a scientific model, and then the scientific method will determine the accuracy of the model. But if the model has been determined inaccurate, it's still a scientific model, it's just inaccurate. So if you're going to put something like to say, well, Ayurveda is not demarcated as a scientific model, not because it's inaccurate, because it's not a proper scientific model. And there'd be a difference between saying, okay, Ayurveda is a scientific model, but it's inaccurate. So generally saying it's not that Ayurveda is considered inaccurate, it's considered not a scientific model. And that's different between a scientific model that's been demonstrated to be inaccurate. And part of the reason why Ayurveda is generally demarcated as not a scientific model, because it's not subject to the scientific method and tested to be falsified.
It's not subject to the scientific method to be tested and falsified. That didn't make any
Yeah.
sense to me.
It would be different. Say if it was subjectable to the scientific method and was falsified to be considered inaccurate, it would still be then it would be a scientific model.
So it has to be proven false before it can be considered scientific?
It has to be testable for accuracy to be scientific.
And you're saying Ayurvedic medicine's not testable? There aren't a bunch of Ayurvedic doctors you could test out the results? No? Okay.
That's the consensus of the Medical Association of America.
Oh.
And if you could create a model, but by saying it's not because it was tested and shown to be inaccurate, because then it would be considered inaccurate or rejected scientific model. It's the model itself is considered unscientific. So there's a difference between a model that has been tested and shown to be inaccurate and a model that is not considered to meet the standard of a scientific model that could be tested.
Right. So you can see that logic gets abused for the purposes of trade monopolies quite easily. So you have to be careful. That doesn't mean logic isn't good. That means people can abuse logic easily.
Yeah, so if you were to create, so that's the point. That's why I went to model theory. I'm going to be going a little more into it. And, there's these distinctions of the demarcation problem of when a model, and generally in, so to say, Western science, a model has to be in the form of mathematical equations.
The truth comes out.
Well, that's
needs
the
to be
demarcation
under
problem.
lock and key in the algebraic prison.
Yeah, but so that's generally the demarcation problem of modeling, that scientific models in the current status of Western science means mathematical models. And then that means that the testing and the predictions are in the form of equations, mathematical predictions that are measurable through plugging in to mathematical equations. Well, that's, say go back, that's the demarcation problem. And so what Jennifer,
well, are you saying it's solved and the difference is algebra?
Well, usually calculus, almost all equations are represented in differential equations.
So you think the difference between science and non-science is differential equations?
Well, what I think doesn't matter.
Well, it sounds like that's what you're representing as your position, or the position that you're representing.
Well, I'm not representing any position. I'm saying that's
It's funny. T-Jump says the same thing. Do you think that in my
no. I mean,
system,
I never hear T-Jump talk about
unrepresented positions
mathematics.
are a thing?
I mean, honestly, I never hear T-Jump talk about mathematics.
No, he always says he's not taking a position, but it sounds like you're taking a position and you're saying that algebra is the difference between science and non-science. I don't know who said that or where that idea comes from other than you. I mean, I know it seems a lot of people agree with it, sure, but where do we have a quote here for that assertion?
Yeah, I mean, I've been going over that the last few weeks. It goes back through Newton and the Royal Society, and it was basically canonized over 300 years ago that
I've
scientific
just
models
never ever seen anyone actually say that. Like the difference between science and non-science is algebra or calculus. I've never heard that before. It's so strange.
usually the term is mathematics, and that's why I showed at the beginning of the Kathy Loves Physics and the Quantorinos or whatever the main formalization that the Maxwell's equations. But it's Galileo's statement: the universe is written in the language of mathematics. In Newton, that concept already at the time through Newton. We talked about that at length. That Descartes canonized the concept of universal laws in mathematical form, and Newton was the first person to correctly devise universal laws in mathematical form. So as we talked about at length, the first canonization process of Galileo, Descartes, and Newton. But this concept that science means universal laws written in mathematical form was at the center of the founding of the Royal Society of Science. So who said so? The people who created the term, the Royal Society of Science. And but I mean, that goes back to 1660, this concept of science being universal laws expressed in mathematical form. In the modern conception, the advancements of mathematics, the problems of mathematics, I was just mentioning Polya and Lakatos and Hilbert of what is mathematics, and then just generic model theory to saying, well, you could have a model that makes predictions. It doesn't. What do you mean a model that makes predictions? It's like, well, the Bible's a model that makes predictions. Well, you're going to demarcate the Bible's not scientific, but
so there has to be some other way to make the predictions. So science isn't just making
when you
predictions.
don't disagree that the
It's making a
Bible is
certain
the model
kind
that
of
makes
prediction.
predictions.
Of
You're not
course
disagreeing
not.
that the Bible
No,
is a model
I'm
that makes
actually saying
predictions.
that everything is technically a model and all models make predictions. And what we can't be sure about offhand is whether it's possible for us to cross this gap into scientific models from non-scientific models. And I think we can. We just have to be careful about what happens to matter when we do that.
Well, that's what you mean. The Cartesian canonization of predictions means mathematical form. And Ayurveda is not represented in mathematical form. And I actually shared articles of an attempt to represent. I mean, if you remember, I actually shared Arjun on Theology Unleashed had a guest who published a paper trying to represent Ayurveda in mathematical form. But it was a pretty precursory and unlikely predictive model. But there's over a year ago that I shared that of an attempt to mathematize Ayurveda.
Well, I guess if we're using completely different definitions of science, then it shouldn't be too surprising if there's these occasional flare-ups. So I just want to know from the audience, please vote if you can. What's most important in science? Non-trivial predictions, algebra / formalism. Secret third thing. I know there's, maybe something I've forgotten. Like No one's going to doubt that precision matters. But the thing is that precision actually matters in a lot of other stuff than just science, like art. Precision matters in art quite a bit. So it's not
Yeah,
about
but
what.
precision is best determined by mathematical formulation. And you could even question that
See, like I would say it's understanding physics is
precision
the
is limited.
bottleneck
You
for
can
that.
only have precision with mathematical formulation.
And I would say you can only have precision by understanding matter physics.
Yeah, I mean that's back to the category or the metaphysics. So that goes back to Aristotelian understanding of science, where Aristotle considers science the proper understanding of cause and effect. And it's Aristotelian physics is metaphysical. It's not scientific. It's not making mathematical calculations. It's the proper determination of cause and effect. So you could have a metaphysical theory of cause and effect, but if your metaphysical theory of cause and effect cannot be expressed in universal mathematical formulas, then it is just that, a metaphysical theory of cause and effect.
It's just so bizarre that the formula is the thing that in your mind makes it go from
Not my
metaphysical to
mind. I don't know
physical.
why you have to.
I've literally never heard this opinion before.
Were you not paying attention the last month?
You're
I said
saying
that
that
was.
that's what they're
I don't know
saying.
why are you telling my mind that I went over in
You're saying that's what they're
excruciating
saying. I'm
detail
not sure
of
that's actually what they're
Galileo,
saying.
Descartes, Newton, the foundation of the Royal Society of Science. This is from the 1660s. This formalization, it's not my formalization. It's Descartes and the Royal Society of Science in 1660.
Anders says that causality being unsolved is mind blowing.
Because causality is part of metaphysics, not science.
So
Causality is
basically, this argument is boiling down to: is it even possible? Does it make sense for there to be something without metaphysics? Is that possible? And the answer is, well, it depends what you mean by metaphysics, which is kind of where it gets confusing.
well, it's if you say science is ungrounded and you ground science within metaphysics or within
Well,
philosophy,
that presupposes things need to
you
be
could have a
grounded.
different metaphysical
That
grounding of.
presupposes things need to be grounded. How do you establish why you'd need to ground something? Or what it even means to ground something, right? Like that part, I don't think has been developed very much. It's hard to talk about. Like, for example, what grounds language?
Yeah, because you need grounding implies uh, primitives and derivatives, or
It
uh,
might, yeah.
axioms and a hierarchical order. So that's the metaphysics, the creation of a hierarchical order of primitives and derivatives, and so grounding is intrinsically necessitates higher order principles that ground lower order principles. And so science magically uses mathematics, even though science does not um, postulate the origins of mathematics. It just accepts it as a tool with the, and that's why I said the philosophy of mathematics, the philosophy of science isn't science, it's the philosophy of science. And so that's the question. So if you're, your category area, your genre, if your genre is the philosophy of science, not science. And so you're interested in the metaphysical grounding of science as opposed to the science itself. And from that, you could be a critic of science, that, like whatever you think, that science, that the Royal Society of Science and Newton and Descartes made a mistake, and you want to change this canonized structure of how science is practiced, then that's your genre, your category, as opposed to the unclear, whatever it is you're trying to do. So saying, no, I'm a metaphysician. I have theories of metaphysics, and I'm a philosopher of science who is a critic like you're like Paul Feyerabend of the current formalization of science.
But I don't expect the modern scientists to be able to change. I don't need them to. I just think this understanding is deeper because it includes consciousness.
Well, that's the point of saying, like, if you're claiming like you have some sort of answers that other people don't. So you say, well, I just find this stuff interesting, or like I'm searching for truth. You say, well, I've been searching for a while, and if you're making a positive claim that you have correct answers, and currently the majority of people have incorrect answers in opposition to your correct answers, because that's what appears what you're
Correct
saying.
and incorrect, that's part of your paradigm, not
Well,
mine.
I don't have a paradigm. I'm just trying to.
I'm
Like
really
saying, I can't.
tired of this whole I don't have a paradigm. Everybody has a paradigm, even if your whole paradigm is just negating the premise of a paradigm. That's still a paradigm.
Well, I'm operating in other people's paradigms, so I don't operate in my own. I mean, maybe say my
You
own
choose not to operate in your own paradigm. Why?
because my paradigm is incorrect, or I haven't.
Okay, so you presuppose your own paradigm is incorrect and defer to the
Or I never.
authority
I
of.
never. I'm more focused on figuring out a correct paradigm and operating within it than formulating my own paradigm, or
Uh,
accepted other people's paradigms to operate within, as opposed to creating my own paradigm to operate within. So
I
say
am
like
actually not trying to get you to feel like you should have done something different here. Just to make that clear. Not really
when it
sure
goes
what you
back
mean.
to I mean, if you're so I mean, if you're saying you're just like me, like you got nothing, you just find the stuff interesting and want to learn more, or you're making this claim like it sounds like you claiming that you have some sort of truth that other people don't. That, like you're
I'm not
correct or
talking
they're
about other
incorrect.
people here. The reason I'm conveying the truth is because I think people have a capacity to understand it. I'm not here to say you don't understand it, and here I'm here to tell you that how to understand it. I'm going to say there's a lot of ways to understand stuff, and here's how I
Even
do
your
it.
statement didn't make you're conveying the truth.
Truth is part of your paradigm, not mine.
But you
Okay?
just said those are the words you just used. I'm conveying the truth.
Yeah.
Those are the words you just used.
Is it?
You just said I'm conveying the truth. What do you mean by that?
About whatever thing I'm talking about. Okay, look, we've been over this infinity times. I'm really getting tired of having to repeat myself. Physics, to be ethical, should be grounded in consciousness because panpsychism can't be fucking disproven. Because it's true. Okay? That's the truth. So I'd rather not say everybody now has to become a panpsychist because it's the truth, because that's your way of looking at things, your paradigm way that this is the truth and everybody has to go along with the truth. And if you're found to be having the wrong beliefs, you have to change your beliefs because you've been shown to be better. Because you've been contradicted. That's not, I don't get off on making people feel dumb. And it doesn't bring me up to denigrate people. So I don't look at it like that.
Well, that's why you're
Okay.
ranting that again, because I mean, even
Because
probably
that's
why you
your
haven't
projection
successfully
of my
been able to
system. So
write.
it's like you're presenting what I'm saying as though it were you in my position, but it's me in my position.
Well, whether you if you have a system, you haven't been able to convey it in writing, and when you speak, it's hard to
Not for
understand what you're
everybody. Not for everybody. Not for everybody. Some
saying.
people learn best from this because I'm speaking directly from my emotions, and a lot of people have trouble with that. So, not being directly in touch with the root of your emotions really screws up your ability for memory. That's a very useful tool, regardless of the contents of your particular memory. Under says Stephen Wolfram has ideas other scientists don't. I think it's great because there seems to be a major crisis in science, especially in physics and cosmology. Well, it's always a crisis on some level of like logic slash authority because they go together. Because ultimately, it's like, well, what are we supposed to think about this? AKA, what authority do we defer to? AKA, why are we deferring to this authority? AKA, it's not self-evident. So we have to open up that conversation. And if the point can't be made that one side thinks something is metaphysical and the other side doesn't, you have to literally just figure out why. Because you're going to be talking past each other, I think. Because you're fundamentally talking about words being just defined either incompatibly or just so differently that the meaning starts to not you start to lose track of the meaning at some point. But I think this conversation in particular was useful because we got to the distinction in how Doovid and I look at science. I look at it as primarily about predictions, other stuff too, obviously, but mainly about predictions. And Doovid said that, an opinion of what he's representing, which is not his opinion, it's the opinion he's talking about, is that the difference between science and non-science is algebra. I don't think you're the only one with that opinion. I don't know that people would defend it.
I mean, do you really just not listen to what I'm saying? Or is just
it's inconceivable to
like
me.
your lack of short-term memory that you can't.
It's just inconceivable to me that it's not your opinion.
Well, I mean, because I definitely did not use the word algebra. I don't know why you chose that word. I mean, because like that's not the word I used.
What was the word you used? Calculus? I mean, what's the difference? They're both math.
I mean, I've used the word mathematics. I've used the word calculus, universal laws in mathematical form. I definitely didn't use the word algebra.
Okay.
I'm not opposed
mathematical
to
form.
I'm just
so can you tell me a mathematical form without algebra?
Well, I'm saying if it has an equal sign and x's and y's, it's saying
equal
it's
signs are part of algebra. Yeah. Plus,
calculus,
minus, integral. That's all.
Well, saying, why do you choose to use? If you're saying why do you choose that word when I didn't use that word? If you're trying to say why I said, why are you using a word that I didn't use?
Because it describes what you described.
Well, I'm saying, why are you saying algebra as opposed to mathematics?
Because it is mathematics. Algebra is part of mathematics, and what you said is specific enough that it's encompassed by algebra. If it was not, I would say
if your point is to say what I'm saying, why are you not use it? Why are you choosing to use a word I didn't use?
Again, it's back to what's the right word to use? Is it what the person said or what they meant?
Well, if I meant that, why wouldn't if I meant algebra, why wouldn't I have said algebra?
I don't know, because it sounds terrible.
I don't know if there's anything terrible sounding about algebra, but
to say that an invented language of numbers is the reason that science is legitimized when it's clearly understanding of matter physics that legitimizes science is baffling. That you can't see why people would be like, that's weird. And so I presented it to you as that because it's technically what you said. It's just to make it sound like, are you sure you meant to say that?
Not technically what I said. I was saying, I mean, why can't you say like, sorry, I misspoke. He said, Doooovid said mathematics, not algebra. Or to say that, or you have some sort of like, you can't, you're in opposition to using the expression of universal laws in mathematical form.
Well, if you can't summarize it to one word and you just go off in a ramble with 12 plus words, it's sort of hard.
And therefore, every time you're going to use the word algebra, even though I never use that word.
We're talking about the difference between science and non-science. So I'm going to ask you, how do you determine that it's a universal law? You said mathematics. Is that correct?
Well, scientific method is what determines if it's universal.
And we're talking about what makes it scientific.
So I mean, the theoretically.
You can't just circularly say scientific, universal, scientific, universal. At some point, you have to say why.
Universal laws expressed in mathematical form. That's Galileo.
Okay. So the difference is not universal laws, but expressed in mathematical form. Because universal laws, that's meaningless gibberish. Mathematical form, that means something. And you know what it means to me? Something called algebra. But if you don't like that I use the term algebra, I'll say mathematical form then. I'll just try really hard.
Well, I'm not opposed to algebra. Just you're curious why, if you're trying to quote me, why you couldn't quote me correctly. And like, you're not even quoting me, you're quoting Galileo.
I do ramble and I like to be succinct. And so I summarize it.
You think algebra is a succinctness to mathematics?
What you're describing is encompassed by algebra. I do not consider algebra to encompass mathematics, no, but what you're describing is encompassed by algebra.
Galileo, Newton, Descartes used the term mathematics, not algebra.
Okay. Did they define the term?
I haven't read this.
Mathematics, therefore universal law. Mathematics, therefore universal law. What's next? We're going to be justifying things because of the Trinity?
Universal law is, so to say, a metaphysical claim.
Almost like
Mathematics is a
science
form.
necessarily has metaphysical structure, regardless of what claims are made about its adherence.
Universal implying that the law is applicable, explains all phenomenon in all cases. Like the universal law of gravitation. That so that's the major metaphysical primitive for science is the postulation of universal laws. I mean, that's what I was reading with John Locke and John Locke's critique in the truth claim that it could always be the laws are not universal. It could always be that something will operate in a way that till now things have always operated in that way. That's the one major Cartesian precursor. I mean, I said that was the main reason why science practice today is Cartesian science. Galileo actually didn't have the universal conception. He just had mathematical laws, but Descartes is the one who formalized that these laws would be universal.
Okay. So, just now, universality is the distinction between science and non-science, or there is no one single distinction? It's a bunch of different things together that distinguish science from non-science. I'm still quite confused.
Yeah, that's generally the Cartesian concept of the creation of modern science. That's why Descartes is considered the father of modern science in the formulation of universal laws in mathematical form. The scientific method, so that Descartes predates the scientific method. Descartes was more an empiricist. So that's what Bacon was a contemporary of Descartes. And then the Royal Society takes the formulation of Descartes of universal laws in mathematical form, however, applies the Baconian scientific method of experimentation. So when Boyle, and that's what he said, Thomas Hobbes, which I read on my stream, was rejected membership to the Royal Society because he was considered outside the bounds of science. He was more an empiricist who didn't believe in experimentation. So the universalness of the metaphysical precursor, that they're going to be universal laws expressed in mathematical form, but then that the scientific method, that the universalness would be deduced or abduced or induced through the scientific method. That's universal because it's been tested through experiment, and that what Boyle, the initial founders of the Scientific Society of Robert Boyle, Newton, Moreland, or the various founders were experimentists, that they deduced universal laws in mathematical form through experiment and tested and reiterated and perfected through experiment, that they're considered universal because they've met rigorous experiment and testing. And this goes back to the 1660s. And all science since then has been based on this formulation of the Royal Society of London in the 1660s. So say if you're not, say, okay, you could use the word science, but you're saying if you're not in the school of the Royal Society of London and their formalization, that's you've been demarcated as outside the boundaries of science. So it's like you're not a member, you're not part of it. You might have your theories, you might want to use the same words, but they're the ones who created the society. They're the one who's created the terminology. You're on the outside, not the inside. So you could use the same terminology. That's your right. That's your opinion, so to say.
Well, I'm making a claim. I'm saying I define science as some models that make predictions. That's how I do it. So, I don't know. I feel like dimensional entanglement is a prediction.
Yeah,
But you know,
like, well, I mean, to some, like, who cares that you're making a claim? I'm saying, okay, maybe you care. Maybe a handful of people that listen to you care that you're making a claim. And like, I'm not making a claim, and I don't even think if I made a claim, like, anyone would care.
you're claiming that the claims that science, whatever you want to call it, official science or institutional science, you're assuming the claims that institutional science makes about itself are accurate. Whereas
Well,
in my epistemology, the claims that a system makes about itself aren't relevant. Nothing that an organization says about itself is ever to be considered authoritative, because it's obviously going to be, no one is going to be shit talking themselves. They're going to try to make themselves look as good as possible. You're saying, no, we got to believe what they say about themselves to the exception of all else, because how could they possibly misrepresent what they're doing?
I'm not assessing a truth value to their claim.
You think it's true enough that you're willing to defend it?
Well, I don't know. I'm defending me. That's what I want to learn. I want to understand. I went to university. That, so to say,
by attacking me, presuming your own views are right and I'm wrong. Or excuse me, the views you're not defending are right and that I'm wrong, because according to you, I don't agree with them.
Without being too offensive, I'm not particularly interested in your views. I'm more interested in getting right the canonized views. So, yeah, I'm not particularly interested in your views.
Okay, so why do you want to get the canonized views right?
Well, I might say basically, I two factors. Like, I want self-improvement in terms of prosperity, and so I recognize.
And becoming a puppet of the mainstream interpretation of science does that how exactly?
Well, I mean, if you can't even speak normally, I'm saying you can't even say something without implying a pejorative stance to it. That I mean, it just makes it
ironic.
It makes an unpleasant conversation.
How many pejorative inferences have you made about me today? You've called me crazy more than once on this very show.
I said, I said you made a category error. I said
a judgment you're not qualified to make. You said I was crazy on multiple occasions. It's very offensive. So maybe just moving on.
I said you sounded delusional.
Yeah, all stuff you could have kept to yourself, which was hugely offensive to even bother uttering. But who cares?
Relatively, like I'd say that those were pretty minorly pejorative. I don't even think.
You don't get to judge the offense of what you say. The person who receives it judges the offense.
Yeah, but that's why I was like ready to wrap up, because
you couldn't stop insulting me. Anyway, the point is, you want to understand science better. You're presupposing that this is the right way to understand science. Okay, how do you know that?
Well, I was saying, like, I'm not. I mean, God forbid, no offense. Like, I mean, if you're offended by it, like, I'm not going to you to study science. We've discussed. Like, I went to university.
Why don't you just answer the question I asked? Excuse me, are you able to answer them? I'm just wondering. I'm not. I'm not.
God forbid. Like,
why don't you answer my question rather than misrepresenting what I said?
I paid tens of thousands of dollars. Why
can't you answer my question though?
I mean,
I spent tens of thousands of dollars on education too.
I would be in a situation where I would be going to you to learn science.
So you can't answer my question. You can't say why you want to learn this stuff.
Well, I have a pursuit of truth, and I have a pursuit of my own self-interest.
And the mainstream interpretation of science is the way to truth because
because that has formed the system that I live under.
Oh, okay. So it's true, basically a Claire version of truth. If it's in charge, then it's true. Cool.
What in terms of producing results, like the technology
Like,
that we
honestly,
use.
can you see why someone would disagree with that?
I could see why someone would disagree with it, but it doesn't mean like
You should
that.
expect everybody to disagree with it because you're basically special pleading for the status quo. It's two fallacies at once.
I don't know. I'm pleading for the status quo. I'm just trying to understand it.
I said special pleading. And no, if you're presuming you're right and I'm wrong, you're not trying to understand shit. You're assuming you're right and I'm wrong.
Um, well, yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily say I'm right. I just said that I wasn't going to you. Like, I'm not trying to learn science from you. I'm trying to
And
learn
yet,
science
that's not
from,
what I
like,
asked you.
I'm trying to learn
And yet,
science
that's
from
not what I asked you. It's so funny. You just keep repeating. It's like, I never asked you to learn science from me. I
only
asked
there's a
you
value
why you're
proposition.
pursuing this
I
venue to
never
learn
asked you to
science.
teach me science. Like, and I'm not even sure that even that you could teach me science.
Again, you're not answering my question.
I'm not sure you're making any sense. Like now, you just seem to be ranting.
The question was, why do you
Why
think
am I interested in
this
studying
paradigm
science?
represents the truth? And you said, you think you're going to teach me science? It's like, that's a non sequitur. I'm just asking you why. Like, I can tell you why I think my paradigm represents
Because
the
you're
truth.
ranting.
I asked you a simple question that you've dodged like 3 times now. So I don't know what to say.
Anytime,
I don't
because
know. It
I
doesn't really
say
feel like
one
a
thing and
rant.
then you go on like some sort of rant. I mean, and God forbid. That's why I said last time, like you sound delusional.
Sounds like you're, you know, upset.
Well, I mean, it was set that I'm just wasting my time because like I would like to learn something,
You're
and
special pleading on behalf of institutions. Just accept that that's what you're doing. And, you know, that's, you're basically T jumping Claire, but you're your own version of that because you're sure that you're the real status quo defender. What's wrong with that?
I'm not. I mean, you could argue that I'm defending, so to say, Newton and the Royal Society. That I'm defending the status quo of the Royal Society
It's
by.
definitional. Whether that's a good thing depends on what the outcome is. And I'm saying that maybe there should be some skepticism, just a smidge.
Well, I do have skepticism.
Really?
However,
What
um,
skepticism of the Royal Society do you have?
I have my own inclinations to what the truth may be, or including like I'm still largely a practicing Jew. I still have Hindu leanings. I still believe in spirituality. But when I study science, I generally look to the Royal Society and the canonization of the West. What I was taught in university, what I see when I go to conferences.
Like, I also went to school in the West for science, and we were never taught about the Royal Society, I'm afraid.
Um, but I mean, you were taught the names. You knew Newton and Descartes and
Sure.
Maxwell, and I mean, it probably did say in your book. I mean, I can't imagine that your book didn't mention the Royal Society, but I mean, certainly you learned the names, and maybe you just didn't read that much, or maybe you had second-rate teachers, or you just didn't read any biographical information or cultural information. But I did, and that's somewhat like I like the history of science also. That's a topic, but in terms of the science itself, uh, so to say, like whether you know about the Royal Society or not, means I'm still studying, so to say, its members, Newton, Helmholtz, Boyle, Maxwell, Hamilton, Bayes, Hilbert, so on and so on. I mean, you could say it's like the blue-eyed man thing. Like, you say, oh, Newton, the blue-eyed man who was a member of the Royal Society, and when you took science, they didn't your teacher just said Newton. He didn't say Newton, the blue-eyed man who was head of the Royal
I
Society.
distinctly don't remember anyone ever saying anything about blue-eyed man in that context in university.
But there was a picture, like, I mean, that may have been a picture of Newton in the book, and you're like, oh, he's got blue eyes. Or maybe your book didn't even have a picture of Newton. But it would have been shocking if your teacher had thrown in, like, Newton, was a blue-eyed man, or something that would have thrown you off. But it's possible that your teacher said that, or someone
really
said
don't think anybody would say something like that because it sounds absurd.
It sounds absurd to say Newton was a blue-eyed man.
In the context of a professor presenting teaching,
to
say Newton, the blue-eyed man, presented calculus. Yeah, that sounds absurd. That'd be like saying the brown-eyed girl or the size 12.
You could be sure that none of your teachers mentioned that Newton had blue eyes.
I just don't really see why you're this much of a troll.
Well, I don't know why you're considering it trolling. Just saying that I'm saying that it's a biographical piece of information. So you're saying Newton, the formulation, and Newton's law, but that someone might have given some sort of biographical information. They're like, oh, Newton was a blue-eyed man. He was a member of the Royal Society, or various information that it's possible that your teacher did in fact mention that Newton had blue eyes, and you just forgot that your teacher had mentioned that piece of information.
I think I would have remembered something like that. So no, didn't happen. Because that's like way out of.
You could ensure that it didn't happen. You're guaranteeing that none of your teachers.
I'm just wondering why you're now taking such an interest in my epistemic process and my own memory. Yeah, like this whole obsession with blue eyes thing, honestly, I think it's mostly you. I mean, I'm not saying there's no effect. I'm just saying I never heard of this stuff until I did these live streams, which makes me think it's just like a narcissist thing.
You never paid attention to detail.
I don't pay attention to irrelevant detail, or I do pay attention to it and ignore it.
Well, I'm saying to you, Newton being part of the Royal Society was just as irrelevant as him having blue eyes. You don't remember either
it's
one.
It's only indirectly relevant insofar as people are so
you don't remember either
they
one
can't
of those
listen to someone who doesn't look like them. The fact that people are so racist they won't listen to someone who doesn't look like them, yeah, that's a problem. The particular instances of that racism are less relevant, sure, but it's something.
I didn't say. I just said a detail that I remembered. So you say that when you took physics, you learned about Newton, and you're almost certain that none of your teachers mentioned Newton had blue eyes, but are you that certain that none of your teachers mentioned the Royal Society, of Newton being a member of the Royal Society, or you're uncertain that maybe one of your teachers that mentioned that Newton was a member of the Royal Society?
It's far more likely that the Royal Society thing was mentioned at some stage.
Well, why are you so certain that none of them mentioned Newton had blue eyes, but you're
because I know how my memory works. I know how my memory works, and that's something I would have remembered because it's bizarre, and I like to remember oddities at times.
But you're uncertain. You have no idea.
You got to understand that in a physics math program, you're not spending a lot of time in philosophy. A professor might spend literally less than a class talking about philosophy of science.
Yeah, I understand this clearly. Now we're referring to. I guess.
So to talk about Newton having blue eyes would be something that comes up as an anecdote when you're having a class teaching about Newton, not about Newton's theories in physics.
That for whatever reason, the teacher thought that was an important detail and they mentioned. So you're pretty sure that your teacher didn't think that was an important detail and they didn't mention that. You're unclear. You made the point that you thought Newton being part of the Royal Society was an unimportant detail, and you think that your teacher didn't even mention that.
Or now I don't know. I don't know if they mentioned that. And I don't like this conversation because it's pointless and stupid, but I have no idea if my teacher mentioned the Royal Society. But I feel like I would remember if they said some blue-eyed thing. I don't know. I don't remember every last thing that's happened to me because I don't store every last piece of data as an impression.
Because you have a poor memory, or because you weren't paying attention, you weren't a good student.
Well, you think that remembering every last thing that's ever happened to you, you think Rain Man is the final boss level of memory use?
I was in class with that. I remember I was in my physics class, and the teacher, was like, oh, Newton, one of the most important figures in the history of physics and mathematics. He had blue eyes and was a member of the Royal Society. And someone in the class said, "Is that going to be on the test?" And you say, "No, you don't need to know for the test that Newton had blue eyes and was a member of the Royal Society." So you don't remember. But it could have been that
Okay.
they said that, and then when they said, "Is it going to be on the test?" and you're like, "No, it's not going to be on the test," it slipped your mind, and you don't even know.
I already gave the answer. I don't feel like repeating myself for like a third or a fourth
I
time
mean,
at
that
this
was the
point.
question when the teacher was like, Newton would talk about the Royal Society. Someone in class says, "Is that going to be on the test?" And the teacher said no, so you didn't put that in your notebook, and you forgot
I'm not going to repeat myself again.
because you didn't think it was important. And say you didn't think it was important, it just wasn't on the test. So
If anyone wants to listen to what I actually said, just scroll back. I think it's bad radio to repeat the same correction. Like if someone's not listening after 3 times you corrected them, that's on them.
I mean, I clearly remember being told about the Royal Society. I could even create a picture in my head of in high school seeing a book and noticing Newton's blue eyes. I have a memory as a teenager looking in my physics textbook and noticing Newton's blue eyes and of the mention of the Royal Society. I'm certain. I have my other textbooks. Like I have my physics textbook, and I could probably pull it off the shelf, and would see that there would be a picture of Newton with his blue eyes clearly visible, and multiple mentions of the Royal Society. And I remember lectures when I was at University of Michigan that were not part of the class, but were in the physics department on Newton, and a lot of them went in depth on Newton and Hooke and various elements of the Royal Society. And I also remember in the physics department of University of Michigan, people being members of the Royal Society. That it was a thing. Like one of my teachers was British, and certain teachers at University of Michigan are members of the Royal Society. It wasn't necessarily like, no, it wasn't on the test, but like I certainly remember it being mentioned. And if you're saying like you don't even know, it may have been mentioned, it may not have been.
Okay, what was your degree in?
My degree was just in general studies.
Yeah, my degree was in physics math. So we don't spend any time basically on philosophy because the whole LARP is that there is no philosophy in science, which we all know is bullshit. But anyway, that's the LARP. So there's very little time, much less spent on something so trivial from the perspective of
Yeah,
physics.
I was
What does blue eyes have to do with physics? Nothing.
I took these. I heard this in physics course. I was saying went to these lectures in the
Okay, was it
physics
physics
department.
for art students? Was it physics for basket weavers? What type of physics class was it? What was
Just
the
like
code?
the Royal Society, just like the Vienna School, they had a weekly lecture. So
That could be true of
by
literally
the
any
time
course,
I
including
took by the
witchcraft.
time I took 400 level, so University of Michigan, they have like the big classrooms for physics, and even and when you get to the 400 level courses, they're upstairs in the hallway in small classrooms where the professors' offices are, and it's actually in the physics department. So like physics 100, even physics 300 courses, a lot of them were in the major lecture halls. But then they actually have the physics department, and the physics department is just one floor in a building that has a few smaller classrooms that hold less than 40 students, and basically all of the offices of the physics professors are on the floor, including the professors that teach the large hall introductory courses. And there's a lounge, and there's also a lecture hall that maybe holds like 50 people. And they have a weekly lecture, sometimes from people in the department, sometimes an outside guest. And so saying like I took uh maybe I only took one course in the actual physics department. I took multiple physics courses, but I only took physics 401 uh, advanced mechanics that was in the physics department. But it was 3 times a week. I was in the physics department, and I hung out in the study lounge. They had a weekly faculty get together in the study lounge. I was there many times, and they had weekly lectures that I went to quite often that were part of the physics department. And I remember specifically one lecture was on Newton. It was a person who wrote a book on Newton, and he spoke at length about Newton in the Royal Society and his controversies with Hooke. But no, it wasn't on the test. That was just a lecture that was of interest in the physics department. Whether my physics 101, like, the course where I learned Newton mechanics that had a picture of him in the book and a brief mention of the Royal Society. But I say that when with the test, it's basically all formulas. Sometimes, like, I don't even think there's a single like definition. Like the test is all formulas, some word problems, and the answers are always numbers in mathematical form. But the teacher has a little discretion and will give you a little bit of historical information. And personally, when I took physics 401, my teacher was British, and I went to office hours all the time, and I talked about the philosophy of science with my physics professor, who found the philosophy of physics interesting but had no special expertise. And I probably actually knew more about the philosophy of science than my physics professor. As I said, like my dad, I had read Thomas Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions in high school. And I'd probably, at that point, read maybe 10 books on the philosophy of science, which is probably more than my professor of physics had, and even biographies. I like biographies, that I had read biographies on Newton and Einstein and watched programs. And if I remember right, I think I knew more about the history and philosophy of science than my physics teacher. Um, but that wasn't what he was teaching. I even told him things that he didn't know that he found a little bit interesting. That, like, after class, and we would discuss something, and I would tell him like a little tidbit of historical trivia or some point out of the philosophy of science, and he'd be like, "Oh, that's kind of interesting." But it didn't have anything to do with the class in terms of the subject matter. It wasn't on the test. And when I got the test, like, those questions weren't on the test. But the formulas, and even to determine, like, okay, we learned the Lagrangians and the Hamiltonians, and they were called the Lagrangians and the Hamiltonians, and the professor went through at length to derive the mathematical proofs of the Lagrangian, the Hamiltonian. Um, However, I don't think he said anything about Lagrange and Hamilton, biographical. And like I said, I think I knew more biographical information about Lagrange and Hamilton than my professor. Uh, but what he taught us was the Lagrangians and the Hamiltonians.
Yep. But he didn't know anything about Lagrange or Hamilton because it's just not really taught in physics. It's just theory.
But in terms, like, so at this point, I'm not trying to be a physicist. I'm not trying to be, I like physics. Um, I'm more interested in the philosophy of science, in the history of science.
Defending the status quo of the Royal Society of Science, right?
I don't know, defending the status quo. I mean, honestly, I would like to be a member. I would like. That's why I said, like, I had.
Like, imagine you can't even admit to defending the status quo of a system you believe in. Like, holy
I'm
shit.
not. I'm not. Because I don't necessarily think I believe in the system or I'm defending it.
Okay.
I'm saying that it is um, like the Science of Consciousness conferences. I would have liked to go to it. I would have liked to meet the presenters and hopefully befriended and networked with them. And if you want to say, that would have been defending the status quo of the organization, especially if I was paying to go to their conference.
Well, if at any point you said I was wrong, you'd be defending something. by offending me.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I occasionally use the word, but you're incorrect. But it's like it makes. I'm more interested.
And told me I sound crazy a bunch of times. And then when I said it was
if I
annoying,
use
you
the
did
word
it again.
crazy, why are you switching to the word crazy? Have I used the word crazy?
Oh wow.
I mean, I don't see like
The whole it wasn't really an insult thing.
I'm not saying. I mean, one thing like delusional, delusions of grandeur
Right.
are
Okay, there you
not
go.
a
That's
formulation
what
of
you said. There
crazy.
you
I
go.
mean, if a
Okay,
person,
Sigmund Freud, just calm down.
I mean, you're the one who has to calm down. I'm saying, why you? I mean, say like you lie. You're a liar.
Oh, really?
I
Say it
never
to a
once.
mirror.
I never once. I might have to put it directly, but it's saying like you lie.
Say it to a mirror. I don't know what the
You
hell you're
lie.
talking about. You think disagreeing is lying,
You
and
lie.
that's just your
You
own
lie.
demented projection.
You
Can you
lie.
calm down? You sound like
You
you're
lie.
stuck on
You
loop.
lie. You lie.
Say it to a mirror.
I never once called you crazy. I don't know why you said that.
Well,
Why
I'm
you
sorry
insisting
I
on
said
lying?
that. You said I sounded delusional 3 times, which to me is the same as crazy, but okay, I'll quote you verbatim. There you go.
Why is being delusional any connection at all to crazy?
So, anyway, just think statistically, who would be not offended by being told they sounded delusional? Not too many people. So it's reasonable to expect that the person would be offended, meaning you are defending something, whether you admit it or not, in the eyes of probably many a discerning viewer, but whatever.
No, crazy is a condition. Delusional is saying that you
Yeah, and
sound.
thinking that you're in a position to judge science because you like the Royal Society is kind of funny. In possibly a sense that might be described in a similar way, but I won't
Well,
use
I'm
that
not
word because I
judging
don't think it's
you.
nice to when you use words like that, it comes across that way. So whether you say you are or not, it's kind of like the whole we're doing science without metaphysics. It's like prove it. And then at a certain point, it's like, well, you just keep reasserting the same thing that doesn't line up with reality. Either explain why it doesn't line up or you're just not telling the truth.
Okay, well, I'm just going to share these articles, and yeah, I don't think we're making any progress, unfortunately.
I think we're making progress.
I don't feel that way, but
Well, we know now that you basically want to join the Royal Society and that you want to defend their perspective. So that's how you define the truth. And I guess the question is it okay if people define the truth differently, or are you on some crusade to make sure everyone defines the truth the same way as you do? Because it comes across that way sometimes.
yeah, I mean, we're not making progress. I mean, you can't accurately say uh, anything really about me. I mean, unfortunately, it's um, unfortunate. So now we're not making progress. You're misrepresenting my intentions, and
Have you misrepresented my intentions?
um, I don't think I've delved too much into your intentions.
And what exactly am I saying your intentions are?
Generally I've been accepting of your when you say this is your intention. Generally, I've been accepting that to give you the benefit of the doubt that your intention is as you say so.
So if we have different intentions, wouldn't it follow that we would disagree on stuff? That's where I don't get it. Like, what? Who cares if we don't agree on stuff?
Because you can't accurately. I mean, it's because you seem to think that I have intentions other than I think, and I'm not sure why you think that, or because you um, aren't listening to what I'm saying, or you hear what I'm saying, and then you decipher something different. And then I say, like, okay, we're not making any progress. There's no value proposition to this.
So what does progress look like exactly?
Uh, Well, to me, it'd be better understanding the ideas of these things I'm sharing.
And how does that work? How do you get a better understanding of the ideas that you're sharing? Because to me, it just sounds like memorize and repeat.
Um, well, that's, I mean, I do that on my own. So like if that, I don't need you before I could just do it on my own.
Yeah, so presumably we're discussing something that's not that.
So I mean, generally that you're saying if you have a person that you're studying with, that it's not, you could try to say over the concept in your own words, say, okay, and then the other person would try to say over the concept in their own words. So that's why I'm saying that we're not making any progress on that. Whenever I say something over, and then you say it back, it's like never the same. And whenever I say something, whenever you say something, I try to say, oh, so this is what you're saying. You're almost always uh, sure that I'm wrong, or that I didn't do it properly. So I said we're not making any progress.
So
The value.
progress would be agreeing on the representation of what the other. So progress would be if I said exactly back your views on science in a way that you agreed with.
Oh, there would be some form of progress. I mean to say like, okay, like, was there any benefit to the whole conversation we had today? And be like, well, um, did Jennifer actually understand what I say? And so I said, well, no, because she tried to say back what I said, and she couldn't say back what I said in a way that sounded like what I thought I said. And saying, well, did I understand what you said? And like, no, when I tried to say back what I thought she said that I didn't say back in a way that made sense with what she thought she said. So it's saying that no, there was no understanding, no progress on either end. And then in terms of understanding other ideas, just okay, I went over these other ideas that other people said, and um, there's some sort of like, this is the position of Feyerabend, and this is the position of Popper, and some sort of mutual conceptualization where we had some sort of understanding of these various positions and the logic behind their positions. So I didn't feel like there was progress in that in any sense tonight.
I felt like I understood the logic of their positions. I just didn't feel the need to reassert the logic. But the Feyerabend said everything was scientific. Is that what you're talking about?
Um, he said that you couldn't demarcate between scientific models and unscientific models. That there's no proper method to demarcate between science and non-science.
Great.
He didn't
Now, is
say
it okay if I neither disagree or agree with them, but then assert this third thing, which is different? That something could be scientific if you can define scientific accurately, but if you can't, then it can't be. It's sort of down to definition, what is determinable.
well, I don't really care whether you agree or disagree. I don't think that is beneficial to, um, if it matters whether you agree or disagree with him.
Yeah, the point of philosophy is to discuss whether you agree or disagree with interpretations, though. So, how do you get around that?
No, I mean, the point is to understand them, not to disagree or agree with them.
So, you just understand them, then what?
Um, yeah, that's really the only thing I was desiring out of week in review, and I think it's been like counterproductive. It's not even helping me understand these things. It's even counterproductive where it's so if that's
So, first, I prevent you from going to the Science and Consciousness Conference. Now, I'm preventing you from learning about science. Is that it?
well, you're not preventing me. I'm saying we're just not making progress.
Well, I
Or I
would
don't
be
feel
interested.
that's why that's
It feels like progress to me. If it doesn't feel like progress to you, there's probably not much I can do to convince you, frankly. I mean, what do you want to say here?
yeah, I mean, there's nothing to say. Okay, so anything else you want to say?
Well, you've said how many times that you couldn't possibly give a fuck about anything I had to say about science, so don't want to waste your time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too negative for me. So I'm losing my value proposition here. But I don't,
To me, there's a value proposition, but if you're just going to keep complaining, it just sort of gets tedious because it's like I'm sitting here and you're just insulting me, and I'm basically teaching you that it's okay to insult someone. And I don't think it's cool to send that message.
yeah, I, mean, I don't think I insulted you, but I mean, say if you feel insulted, and so it's
I
other
think
just
most people would feel insulted if someone said you sound delusional. Yeah, most people would be insulted by that, even if it was true, honestly. So yeah.
that it's possible. But if I say when you sound delusional, if I say so, then we can't have a conversation. And I'm saying, I mean, if you're putting a frame of delusional, like you're interpreting when I say you sound delusional, I'm saying you sound like you're crazy, and I'm saying you sound delusional means saying you're making unjustifiable claims. And but however you think you're putting that with, like, that's why you said back, you claimed you lied multiple times. You straight up lied and claimed I called you crazy, even though that's 100% lie. I never once called you crazy. And so you said, oh, but I called you delusional, and your understanding when I said I called you delusional, that meant I called you crazy. And so no, delusional just means deluded, meaning like you're deluded, you're being deceived in terms to believing something false.
Implying you know the criteria for true.
Um, to the extent that I would
For
sound,
so long
you
as you
sound,
can't let that go, you're going to have conflict with
I mean, you
people.
sound deluded in the sense of like Charles Moskowitz or something. Like, oh, he sounds deluded, or Luke Ford, or someone say Doooovid, like this guy sounds delusional. And people call me delusional quite often. I mean, delusion is not. I don't know
So
your
because a bunch of
connection.
people called you delusional, therefore what?
Delusion just means a false belief or judgment about external reality.
Mm.
Held despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary, although it occurring especially in mental conditions. But however, the
Oh, look, there's a
delusion.
context of it meaning crazy.
No, no, it said mental conditions. It didn't say crazy.
Mental
It
conditions.
could be like narcissistic or
So you
something.
understand, like,
You
from my
suffer.
perspective, that's
It
an
could be
add-on.
it could be narcissistic delusions. However, that's not crazy. Narcissist is not. I don't even think crazy is a. I don't even think crazy is considered a mental condition. There's no mental diagnosis of crazy. Types of delusion include grandiosity, jealousy, persecutory, but yeah, I meant delusional, the basic sense of false beliefs or judgment about external reality.
Wave Morpher says everyone is delusional to more or less extent.
Okay, so I'm going to sign off. Passover is the week after this, so maybe we should just wait till after Passover and see like the future week in review. I mean, I guess like the regular Sunday night was part of the importance of it for week in review, anyways. So if you don't think Sunday night going forward is going to be available, um, if it pays to keep this going, just the ad hoc, or if you just want to wait till after the Jewish holidays, which would be like 3 weeks from now.
Well, you've been negging the whole show, and it's like you have, why not just keep doing what we've been doing? I don't get it.
I feel it's negative energy, and like I'm
And
not
you're
feeling
just like
positive.
super, it's just like you can't get past this resentment towards me that I didn't want to go to
I
this
don't have any resentment towards you. I just don't. I
the
just feel like
conference thing. Well,
I
you
just
said the conference thing, everything changed after the conference thing. It's like, okay, like I don't know what to say to that, or I'm not going to take responsibility for that. I'm sorry.
well, it's not your responsibility. It's saying that I had goal directed behavior, so that goal fell out. That I was working towards something, and that didn't happen. So now I have to redirect, and then I felt week in review. It just seemed kind of like argumentative and negative. So it's like,
See, to me,
uh,
it's not that, because there's the next, like, I don't get what you're saying, because there's the next Science of Consciousness conference. You could publish to that one if that's what you want to do. Just publish at the next one, and then if you get published, then go to the conference on that condition. Then it's actually worth it.
yeah, but I don't feel like week in review is moving towards that direction that's going to be beneficial towards that goal. And then these
Okay,
arguments,
why?
they seem kind of like unnecessary, like negative and personal. And if you're taking this stuff personal, um,
Well, when you say you sound delusional, it's hard not to take it personally.
um, yeah, so we may not be able to avoid this impasse, and so maybe just try to figure it out. Um, I mean, the Jewish holidays. I mean, next week the Jewish holidays are going to be Wednesday and Thursday night, the week after next week, and they'll be for 2 weeks. So I don't know your scheduling moving forward. Um, if you're not going to be able to, have like a regular day, or Sunday's not going to be possible. Um, you would figure it out, but I felt like, yeah, the last few weeks, just like I'm looking at, yeah, I kind of like negative. Like I don't want to, like avoiding negative energy. If I was moving towards a goal, like I could say, okay, like I'll put up with negative energy because at least I'm goal oriented person. And no, there's nothing
And the
personal.
next Science of Consciousness conference, that's not a good enough goal.
Yeah, but I feel like we're actually moving towards that. So I'm not exactly sure that we're moving towards that.
Well, you could decide what you wanted to publish on. Oh, but then there's the whole thing. You don't think I have fuck all to say about science. So it's like, okay, I don't know what to tell you then. Like, I feel like that's the impasse.
No, that's why I'm saying this negative energy, because now you're like making these false claims about me. So like that's not what I
Well,
said.
you've exclaimed several times you don't want
And if
to
you
know
feel
what
like
I think
if
about
you feel
physics.
like if you feel like that's what I
Yeah,
said,
I'm repeating what you exclaimed, which is you don't want to learn physics
no,
from
man,
me,
I
even
say
though that wasn't what I
I said
asked.
this. If that's how you're interpreting what I said, then it kind of just makes me want to stop doing week in review, because that's not what I said, and now you're insistent that that's what I said,
Oh, okay, so what
and,
did you
and then
say then?
and then and then it's just like, well, then it just becomes unpleasant for me.
So
And
what
then
did you say
if
then?
it's unpleasant, then like there's no reason to keep on doing it.
So what did you say then?
That I wasn't coming to you to learn science.
There you go.
I wasn't like going to you as a science teacher.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know what I mean, maybe just like hanging out too much with like T Jump or something like that. But
Well, no, the idea is if we're going to publish something at the Science of Consciousness conference, doesn't there have to be something to publish? Like, what would you publish? A literature review of consciousness
Well, I
stuff?
mean, we discussed this 100 times, but it's saying like if we're moving towards that goal, then it would be like you benchmark progress towards that goal. But this kind of like
Yeah.
argumentation to me is just unpleasant, and it's
Well, if
not
you
even
want to set that
it's
goal,
not
I
even
support it.
it's not even going towards something that I would consider a useful goal.
Okay, if you want to set that goal to do a literature review for the Science of Consciousness conference, that's fine.
And I mean, it's even indirectly clear, like yeah, I would consider like what I was doing the due diligence research with the background information of like a historical review, that it's important to me to get these things right, to know these names, to know what they did, to know what they thought in terms of a historical review.
Okay. For consciousness, though? Or for science?
Well, for anything, I mean, it's the science of consciousness, and yeah, so it's the science of consciousness. So if I was going to do some sort of historical review, it would uh, include you probably these like Newton, Kant, and I plan on going for further into like the neo-Kantians and the Vienna School and logical empiricists. And, and to me, that's the main thing I want to get out of weekend review, is just to understand these things and like get it right. That I know what these people said. I could accurately say what they said. That's like my main intention. I don't mind you having beliefs or saying your beliefs, but to me, these argumentations have become kind of like unpleasant, especially when um, we're talking past each other in the sense that you think that I'm saying something I don't think I'm saying. Then just becomes unpleasant to me, and there's no reason to do it.
Yeah, my renditions of what you said aren't flattering enough. That's on me.
Uh, well, no, I mean, they don't have to be flattering. To me, they're just inaccurate and they're argumentative and just unpleasant. They say like, it's okay, like okay, yeah, whatever. Like we're not even friends. We're not even friendly. We're having unfriendly conversations, and then so like, why do it? So at least like I'm learning something. Like okay, but like okay, I got this stuff and I got it accurately, and then I guess I saw like if I'm just reading articles, I could just read them myself, like or you could just watch my programming. Like I'm just gonna like read articles. Um, like you could watch my program. It's interesting. If it's not interesting, you're probably not gonna watch.
Yeah, I've just been trying to like explain my thought process, but you keep telling me you don't. You don't want to. I guess I'm interpreting that you don't want to hear my thought process somehow. Whether that's what you said, we'll leave that to the side. So.
Um, yeah, I don't think that's what I said, but if you have a thought process, if you have, yeah, I'm not sure how this got so unpleasant, but or so I have to think about that, but
Because
maybe.
we don't define science the same way, probably. That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's how the argument, I guess, started, but why it became so unpleasant, or if it's an impasse that we're not going to be able to just agree to disagree and move on, especially
I
because
feel
that's.
like I can agree to disagree. I'm fine with not agreeing on the definition of science. We shouldn't be surprised if we have different conclusions if we're defining a word differently. So I think that's pretty helpful. Yeah, negative energy. I don't really know if I have that whole negative positive dichotomy on energy per se, but yeah.
Well, I'd say about conflict avoidance, general, like certain dharmic conflict, that but generally I'm just conflict avoidant. So if I start having interactions that lead to conflict, usually I just disassociate. So I take like what I would consider the misrepresentations that claim that I said something that I don't think I said. So like to me, that's just something like it's an impasse. I don't like it's unpleasant for me, and it's just uh makes me want to disassociate.
Okay. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, I mean, there's probably nothing. Something you could say, okay, well, like maybe it's logical, it makes sense to you that, or say that's my. I think I mentioned that pretty often. That's my general, uh, say my accordance to the Ahimsa principle.
Okay. Good for you.
Okay, so have a good week. We'll see what happens. So, and I don't know. I mean, is your scheduling like you just Sunday's never going to be good for you moving forward, or anytime but Sunday is good for you,
Pretty
or we?
much. There's another day which would be, I guess, um, yeah, Friday, or wait, let me think. Wednesday, one word.
So I mean, even if the weekend review concept makes as much sense if it's not on the weekend, and that could also be part of it. Like it's a different energy when it's not on the weekend.
Well, I don't notice any difference from that, but I will see if I can get it back on Sunday. It's not my decision, but I'll see what I can do. Listening back to old shows, yeah, that was way more stressful for me. As stressful as this is, that was incalculably more stressful. At least now I get the vibe. Some people know what the heck I'm actually saying. Just heckin' awesome for me. That's not too common. So there you go. Different perspectives on the same thing and how it goes. Interesting case study in how different definitions can lead to such a different conclusion.
I scheduled 2 streams for next week, Sunday and Wednesday. Well, so hopefully I'll do both of them, and they'll probably basically be me reading these articles from the Stanford Encyclopedia, and I want to get this stuff accurate, and I don't know a good method. Like I'm reading a lot of material. I feel like weekend review is not necessarily helping. So maybe, although I do find benefit from just reading and listening to myself back, reading these things or outlining it. So hopefully next week I'm going to do both streams, Sunday and Wednesday, and just be hours and hours of reading these articles. But if people like that, you tune in, or sometimes I'll talk about them between or in the chat, and or if anyone wanted to discuss these articles, read them along. Um, that's kind of the energy I'm feeling right now. So those streams are scheduled. Um, we'll see if it makes sense next Thursday to do another week in review, or maybe we'll see. Maybe it'd be good to take off for the Jewish holidays and try to reassess or create some sort of direction for week in review. It could also be like just switching the day around. Um, changes the energy. Like if it's a regular weekly energy, like week in review, but when it's not coming out the same day each week or during the weekday, I might have different energies that make me more or less amenable to um, like these type conversations. But thanks, Jennifer, for doing the show. And God bless. Have a great week, great weekend, and we'll see what happens. And even if we have to cut off weekend review, or we have scheduling problems, or come back after the Passover holiday. Um, I appreciate Jennifer doing the show for so long. I definitely gained from it, but I think we think out some sort of value proposition, or like I want to avoid the what I consider these unpleasant arguments. And if we can't do that, then we have to come up with something different, or maybe just say we had a good run while we did it, while it was lasting. Not that any like gripes against you. I just if the value proposition is slipping away. So I wasn't necessarily making any complaints about you. I just um, but
You're not
we
alone. A lot of people don't like me.
well, I didn't say I didn't like you. I just
I'm not saying you don't like me. I'm just saying, like, I feel I've rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and yeah, that's not me.
yeah, I mean, we've discussed this in the past. Like, I'm not. It's not even necessarily whether I like or dislike anybody. It's more about for me the productivity of my research. I would work together even with someone I didn't like if the research was productive.
Sure.
Okay, God bless. So have a great week, and thanks, Jennifer, and thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully, these memes have brought you a little joy. The funny thing is, like, I feel like I've had that conversation with so many people before, or some version of it, so many times. So it's like, okay, at some point, yeah, it's my fault. So it's like, you know, I don't know really what I could have done differently. So yeah, maybe it's just a preference for how to engage with people. I don't know. It's just one of those eternal mysteries, I guess. But yeah, like whether science's results or process is sort of possibly, I think now that I think more about what's happened here, that it is ultimately started at the guru stuff and then kind of descended into an ultimate authority kind of thing. So it's an ordering principle. You can decompose stuff according to the ordering principle. You don't have to agree with the ordering principle in order to see that it has some ability to arrange stuff. So, there you go. But then the good news is I've been actually like writing every day, not much, but moving forward in that. And it is feeling so good because the same stuff that I was first putting out, like, oh my gosh, I didn't even really honestly publish this stuff much because I only did very bare bones on it with the two different Greek letters for the different versions of consciousness. And they finally came back. Like I quote needed them again in my thing. So I was like, oh, so good. Finally it's all coming together, and it's probably never going to be a great epic story, but at least it's going to be something with a structure that is comprehensible. And obviously, the mathematization will come in time, but with the hypothetical framework that, not that math contradicts physics. In a way, there's the fourness, so numerology kind of rules, quote unquote, physics, or no, a numberish thing determines the parameters of physics, and then physics kind of once again allows us to go back into numbers, but for a different kind of numbers. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and let's see how long we went for. Almost 5 hours. Wow. Yeah, sometimes I guess it's hard to imagine continuing, but it's also hard to imagine stopping, right? So we'll see. And either way, I think it's been positive, and obviously, I'm just going to keep doing my stuff and developing my theories, no matter what. So stay tuned. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you. I'll try to post updates. Well, I will post update as soon as I know what's going on and when there's going to be another event. And